All right. Welcome back, everyone. New year. It's 2026, January 1st, right? Local time. It's got a couple hours. 5 hours. 5 hours until January 2nd. So, for those who don't know, this is an ongoing continuation of language learning from 2 years past. So this is the beginning of the third year. And with the beginning of a new year, we start a new project. And most projects start with my opening opinion section. So our new project involves a project called Bunpro, or an application called Bunpro. So we'll get into all those details. I've been ironing out this approach for some time, so let's get right into it. I'm gonna start off with my usual approach here. Okie dokie. All right, so with every new project, start a section called the opening opinions. Opening opinions are my way of they usually happen on day one, right? Day one. And it's my way of to provide some let's just say a general overview and highlights. Answers maybe a little bit of why, right? Why, what, and how. That's pretty much what it is. I do this for the beginning of every single project. I do this if a project, the tentative takes, which is the project, if the project extends beyond a specific amount of time, like 100 days, and then candid conclusions at the end, which is a self-reflection, and all three serves as a way to provide a general overview, some highlights, why, what, how, right? And I do this back in the day without explaining. Like, a lot of times people go through their decisions and whatnot, and they typically make most people make small decisions on the fly, right? Rely on intuition, maybe habits lead into other habits, and they generate those habits. However, when it comes to starting projects, things that someone voluntarily chooses to do, I have done this pretty much most of my life. It has become more and more elaborate, but still more and more efficient over time with practicing. So Bunpro is going to be the newest project, and we're going to foreseeably this project is going to take a year, if not somewhere close to this entire year. So when I make such voluntary decisions, I typically do this in some sort of record keeping form in my head or to myself. Literally do it. Like, sit there, ask myself why, what do I expect, or what is it that I'm looking at, and then how I'm going to go about it in the next couple days or the months. In this case, Bunpro will be the stuff that involves the next 100 days, in which then I will do a tentative take and do a self-reflection and update and provide more general overview and highlights. This is how I typically make my decisions, and it kind of helps me practice literally explaining and outlining my thoughts in order to dispel or address any form of miscommunication or remove the cloud of presumptions that online communities have, or online individuals tend to have, where they've normalized this idea that when you self-select yourself into your medium or the thing that you're interacting with, most people have jerk reflexes. They rely on common consistencies and rarely ever reflect upon them or make critical thinking skills and decision making when it comes to voluntary choices. So this is my attempt to kind of express this in a written way. Other than that, the rest would involve all the thousands of hours that I place into the actual project, right? So these opening opinions, these sections are broken up in 3 levels. So one of the levels will be the facts. So facts is number 1. This is where we start with the most objective information. This is by intent. Facts are the surface level things that most, I would say, is the first thing that people look for and then decide if they want to invest further, right? So facts, it's the objective side. So this would cover my background, right? My background going in. So anything that may be relevant to Bunpro, the project. And that's about it. Just background facts. Sometimes I try to do like a first impressions. Not really impressions. We're trying to stay objective. Like what's available at the dev side. So we try to look a little bit here into developers and possibly publication. And possibly like existing word of mouth or existing community. That's what we're gonna boil it down to most of the time. Background, developers, publication, and community. These are non-negotiable. They are facts. You observe them. I'm not making an opinion on any of them. Doing a generalization and a highlight of what I see, right? Then our next section will be archetypes. So this section has now become the archetype section. An archetype is a combination of where we take our facts. So our facts are then converted into correlations. And archetypes are hypothetical, right? They're hypothetical. So it's not like a personal anecdote. This is, to emphasize, this is not personal. So if you happen to resonate with some of these archetypes, then that can be very informative. So the 2 archetypes we're going to use today as a way to contrast. So archetypes are used as a hypothetical to highlight important correlations. And that is things like behavior, mindset, things that are often contrasting. And then it serves as a form of comparison as well. I tend to use contrasting and comparison as 2 different things. A contrasting is the absence of something, or like the degree of the presence of something and the degree of the absence of it, or something that is contradictory, like antagonistic. So I think of antagonistic pairs when I'm contrasting. Comparison is when we think about degrees of the same thing. So Archetypes help me sort out these things and may provide important correlations for other people to consider that may help resonate or empathize with my point of view. And this part is, of course, partially subjective, right? Correlation is subjective because correlation is a way to interpret the facts, which is purely objective. So what you observe, then you correlate and you come up with patterns that you see, which these are interpretations of data. So it's both subjective and objective. And then lastly, our last section are usually my personals. We're just gonna call it personal stuff. So this would be things that deal with my opinions very specifically. So disclaimer, right? If you were already interested in the facts, I typically then rearrange those facts or facts related to this topic into archetypes that one may or may not resonate with, but they are a lot of characteristics of the decision making. And then I add my personal opinions to things if you're so inclined to hear my opinions, right? Typically, it's the last thing most people look for, in my opinion, right? Because usually we're in a data-driven world, I suppose, online. So those who may or may not come across this video or this project will largely be looking at the first thing, and then possibly the second thing if they have some level of deep processing. And then the third thing is you're invested in knowing what the other person's opinion is. Usually the last thing is the least important, largely because people don't care about other people's opinions nowadays. They care about the facts, and that's not bad or good. It's more of the normalized list. This is the normalized process. At least I believe this is the normalized process, right? So there's my opinions. This can be anything. Oftentimes it deals with past experiences. So we have anecdotes, hot takes. Usually they're very long takes, honestly. Not long takes that are like, so we'll just say like digressions and commentary. I choose to use this structure. It's a three colored structure, so we're going to be using 3 colors, varying the white, I don't know what that's called. Oh, varying saturation. Yeah, not varying saturation, but varying the lightness and darkness in order to encompass these things. I'll think of a more elegant way of explaining that in the future. So let's start with the first section. It's relatively... Now let's go and start a new page here. All right, so some facts. Let's start with some facts. I actually have to pull up some help on this one. I don't remember. I'm not the one that sits there and try to remember stats. I usually use aids for my stats. The vast majority of my time is developing skills to use information as opposed to memorizing the information. So I hope I don't give anybody the impression that I just basically memorize numbers all the time. I think that makes me pretty miserable if I'm there to take pride in the content that I remember. A little bit more about that. That's a little early personal commentary. So facts. Let's first go look. I have a few things about the place. So oftentimes when I start a new project and that project is not something of my own making, I typically look about what I can glean from the developers. So, oops. Some facts. I didn't look up how long Bunpro has been around, now that I think about it. Intriguing. That's kind of a fail on my part. I'll go look up that now. All right. So we do have some things that are relatively fun and benign, I suppose. Yeah, so the project that we're working on now, or the thing that we're using, the learning platform, is Bunpro, right? Bunpro is advertised as a learning platform. So a learning platform would suggest things like, if I were to throw in my hat, a learning platform then would suggest that it is multifaceted. So usually platforms tend to be multifaceted and feature rich, right? That is a personal take right there. It was established on September 2017. So 2017. That is what, 8 years? Approaching a decade. I'm kind of curious what they're going to do for their anniversaries, or if they do anything for their anniversaries. Right. As far as I know, their HQ still resides in Osaka, Japan, right? Right. So, based in Japan. Very neat. The founder. Let's go over some key people. So the founder simply goes by founder/dev, right? We're just gonna go by their first names, Jake, but it seems like Jacob Luce is the person's name, but we're gonna go by their first names. These are the people that I'm going to like imaginarily or figuratively refer to as I'm using Bunpro. I tend to have internal dialogues with, like, if I were to sit in front of the founder or the developer or the people involved, what would I say to them? That's how I interact with things. I often think about it in a manner in which the product that I'm using, so I guess a personal commentary here is that when I think about people, I think about Q&A, right? Or having a dialogue with them. These are things that are made by people for people to develop skills. So whenever I think about a design queue or something like that, I also try to think about, from their perspective, what, why, how they're doing it, and then what, why, how I'm interpreting and using their product. That's very similar to how I interact with most things created by humans, which is pretty much everything, right? Most things outside of nature. Like if you that's up to your interpretation, but you know, you sit there and you look at the sun. You could have a dialogue about that if you want. And generally speaking, when it comes to these things, I'm thinking about the people who are behind it. So let's go and highlight a few other people. This is non-comprehensive. I tend to look to the leads of things. So let's add a few more names here. We have our content lead. Very important, content lead, because that's what people focus on. A lot of times they only see the content. Obviously, I'm making a commentary about it's not just the content, but usually content lead tends to be the focus content. So this person goes by Asher. It looks like they all have possibly some sort of alternative presence. I'm not sure. I will say something else that's inferred here in a bit. We also have the lead designer. A very, very wholesome About Us page. I'm looking at their About Us page now, where they all have a photo and their like email handle or something. I'm not sure what the @ thing links to. It could be all social media or whatever presence they decide to use. Some of the individuals don't, so all the leads do. Okay, so lead designer Diego. They're very interesting photos. You can see they all had varying backgrounds. The Diego one is pretty cute. It looks like it's a couple. Then we have one last person I'll highlight for now, and that's the lead designer. Again, the group is far bigger than this, but we'll go with the lead one. So there's lead developer. Looks like he's in a mountain somewhere. And it's Sean. So I like to think that understanding or getting at some point, if you're invested in a product and you're trying to understand the product and then interact with it, one has to kind of infer a lot of things from these individuals, right? Like how do they present themselves? Do I see them? Right? In the forums, there is an active forum, so I want to highlight this. There's also an active community in their forums, which personal, very much like reflective, analogous. I'm gonna say analogous. How do I analogous? Uh-oh. Well, we'll just use analog. Analog to Wanikani. Wanikani's forum. Which Wanikani, it's about 5-year tenure before Bunpro. I'm gonna say around 13 years. I don't actually remember the precise number of years, but Wanikani has a couple years on Bunpro. More about their relationship at some point. So active forums, and it is very possible that Jake, Asher, Diego, and Sean's name will come up in there. If not, they would interact with the forum, right? I did see quite a lot from the Wanikani side of things where people would interact. There are many other members, it seems, and members that work on content. Like they have, it looks like 6 content creators, localization teams, or 7 actually. And there are managers and whatnot that may or may not be apparent. I don't see a community manager, so they must somehow share the... There must be some sort of delegation for that. Okay. I do like the testimonials. There are interesting testimonials that what I can gather from the testimonials, it was very interesting to see that there were different professions. I really liked the idea that there were different professions. Although I did not see an example of something like a physicist or a chemist or something. So that's kind of interesting, like the physical sciences. Different walks of life, which was very impressionable. Something that that is taken for granted here after my year of Wanikani and Hanzahiro is present in Bunpro is there's a newsletter specifically on the site itself, so on the website. In fact, I was reading through the whole the 2025 end of year wrap up, right? They did a rewind or something. Now, for example, Wanikani, there is technically an analog to that, and it's kind of having a delegation problem a little bit, or they're trying to. Is this how you spell analogous? Analogous thing, and that's Tofuku, right? The Tofuku site is supposed to be the newsletter place technically for Wanikani, but not necessarily. Wanikani's things like updates, announcements are done through the forum, and it's kind of like it goes through bursts and various various times of extra announcements. During my last year time, Wanikani has been maybe more active. I have no idea since I only have a year's experience. However, the newsletter is very refreshing. It keeps, in my opinion, it presents the idea that the developers are keeping attention to their product, right? This is not reflective in Hanzahiro, which the developer has a very noticeable habit of going dormant, and then the last half of the year there's just silence. So that is a very uncharacteristically it's uncharacteristic of expectations. It's not adhering to standardization of these years, where you want to at least update or leave words that your presence is still felt, right? So the newsletter is really wonderful. There is something else that's fairly interesting that I noticed on their website, and that is they have a careers page which is lumped with hiring. And this does bring me into the lens of these content leads, lead designers, and lead developers, because the career and hiring is highlighting things for a full-time job, as well as a formal process, which is wonderful. Formal process would mean that there's vetting, there's standardization, and there's compensation, right? Compensation for their team. That is, and it's open to hiring, so they're looking to expand, right? I think the recent post was for a UI designer of some sort, full-time remote work. So for me, if I had to glean this, right, what's important about this is that means there's a vetting. So it's not, and it's formal. So we're just gonna say somewhat of professional environment. And they're looking to expand. Right. That's, to me, is sign of a product or something that you're able to invest in with less doubt, right? When something starts and you buy it, it's like, oh yeah, it's a small group, right? Small, quote, quote, small group. But you have no other way of understanding if is this like a hobby or a side hustle or a stepping stone for the developer and the publisher to move on to a new thing. All of those are valid reasons, right? And understanding or able to know that you're able to inform your own decisions on how much you want to invest. And in this case, when I was looking at it, it's like, oh, that's really neat, because that would suggest that they're treating this as a formal investment. And that comes with a lot of perks. It also comes with corporations, right? So there needs to be formal ways of making money, some sort of transactional thing to keep the company rolling, because there are people that are being hired to do professional work, and that can temper people's expectations. Oftentimes I feel when someone buys these things, at least younger people who buy these things who have not entered the workforce or have done something professional yet, they typically argue from a emotional standpoint of failing to meet expectations, and expectations are often inferred from things like this. Like one has to take into consideration these things as they grow older in order to know, like, should I buy this product, or should I invest in this product? Is this product going to be here when I'm finishing it? Or what are the chances this product is just going to disappear? What do I expect of the people behind it? Because I can't tell you how many times someone would buy a product and they're like, man, this product is garbage. They never respond to anything, and they are so lazy at customer service and stuff. And it turns out it's like one person or two people who were doing it out of the goodness of their heart, and they've moved on situation. In this case, that doesn't seem like something like this would suggest that they have a level of professional integrity, right? It's not that people who run small projects and side hustles don't have professional integrity. You have to understand, or one has to be considerate of the resources that they have, what they're planning to, and how they're treating it, right? And it's not to say that you can say, oh, they're doing a shoddy job, and you're saying that's okay. You can be shoddy because you're small time. The idea is one can be constructively and compassionately critical about someone else's work, provided they understand that their perspective is reasonable. It's a two-way streak, right? It's a two-way streak. If you think one person is going to do the job of a major corporation, and that's how you see it without actually even knowing it's one person, and a person that doesn't even do it as a full-time job, and you're expecting it to be a full-time job, they're somehow able to juggle their actual jobs with their side hustle at the same time to the degree that you want. That is unreasonable. That is that's not compassionate, and that can very well create the thing that you bite the hand that feeds situation. So cue the live service models, cue projection of one's expectations of products that are run a specific way, and they're upset because they can't either change it or cause people to change it, despite not understanding anything about the situation the other side has. So in this case, that's what I mean by this. It's very important to know that they do vet. It seems like they have a professional selection process in hand, and they look like they're expanding, because there's a hiring position for a full-time remote hiring position for a UI designer. So that is kind of neat because that would indicate, they're gonna do something else. These are the things that I feel are summarized by content creators. So whenever someone needs to think about, oh yeah, how's the game going? They would go on YouTube and look and say, oh yeah, this YouTuber said these things and note these things. You know, how do people speculate about, oh, I think they're expanding, so that means that the company is going to be around for longer. The limited liability partnership and whatnot is going to be around more. They're going to, oh, they're hiring, you know, we saw that there's a posting for an art designer. Does that mean new art assets are going to be introduced into the product? That is kind of what, in my opinion, most people don't do anymore. They wait for someone else to tell them what's important in that information. And I cursorily looked at their site, and that these are the things I inferred that are very important to me. Anyways, that's kind of, I think that's sufficient for the company side of things or the website side of things. There's one more that I wanted to add because it's a personal importance of mine, and the fact is they have a for teachers section. Oftentimes when there's an initiative, in my opinion, it's great to demonstrate that there's an initiative. For teaching. This would imply that there is a focus on education and not commercialism. Or kind of commercial. There can still be, but education comes first, right? At least that's how I would hopefully think about it, right? So then we're gonna go into other things now. So other facts that are involved in this project. Let me hold on to my time here. So we're 30 minutes in. That's not too bad. So there are other facts that now are relevant. Now we got some personal facts. So this is going off the last thing that's mentioned on the Bunpro site, and that is the Wanikani connection. So there was a special thanks, right? Acknowledgements to the Wanikani site. So I imagine either Jake or some of the other people are fairly well aware of Tofuku's crew, right? Koichi and gang. With Wanikani, with a 5-year gap, it seems fairly reasonable that development happened during that time off of inspiration. And you can see that SRS things are kind of a not really an open loop. It's kind of like a closed loop where the circle of SRS stuff tends to revolve around core principles that have been used, like Wanikani, Hanzahiro is related to Wanikani. That's it's a niche area. SRS is a niche area of type of learning, and it's been adapted maybe commercially successfully to language learning as I would call one of the 3 or 4 pillars of ways to go practice and input and output in language learning at this moment, online specifically. So that Wanikani acknowledgement then brings in facts from me, right? So these are the previous facts. I have been using Wanikani for 361 days. including today. So that's 360 days of 365 days from last year. 5 of those days I was volunteering at an anime convention. So basically a year of wanikani. Right, and since then, some things that will become useful to compare in the future is that I have an average of a 11-day cycle. 11-day cycle for lessons. Or 11-day cycle, we're just gonna do per level. I'm sure there's gonna be a leveling system in some sort. Per level, which then there's a roughly 5-day cycle. 5-day cycle for new lessons. So every 5 days or so, I get new input, and that will be important for SRS. I'm citing things, facts that are important in terms of comparison analyses between SRS. So these are, let's just call these SRS factors, right? Okay. New lessons, and usually lessons are approximately 60 to 80 items. So every 5 days I have 60 to 80 items. That means that those 60 and 80 items are repeated for another 4 days before a new 60 to 80 items. People tend to pace themselves and they do like 20 every single day. I do them all at once, and then I drill those, because then you would inherently drill all of them subsequent days until the next items, right? So that is very important to keep in mind. At this current time, we have 491, we're going to call them radicals, of which the radicals are considered English analogs. So that's important to keep in mind, because when I look at radicals, I see English analogs, not Japanese analogs or Chinese analogs. Like when I see a boat, I'm not thinking chuan, right? I'm thinking boat. But it takes another step, right? Like funet. I'm not saying funet when I'm looking at a boat. Or like a stool. I don't actually know what a stool is in Japanese yet. That kind of thing. So they're usually principally English analogs for now. We have 1,182 kanji, or characters, but I'm just going to refer to them as kanji, right? And these are seen as Japanese reads, or predominantly Japanese reads, and then they are English meanings. And then they are tied with English mnemonics. Those are like my inherentness. So the highest frequency doesn't mean I can't do the other way, like use the Japanese meaning, like think about the meaning in Japanese to get the English meaning. This would be the most predominant way they're associated. So a kanji, when I look at a kanji, I see the Japanese read, and then off the Japanese read, I think about the English meaning. Or if I can't think about the English meaning, then I would think about the English mnemonic, which gets me back to the and the reason why it's Japanese read then English meaning is that's the order in which I have done wanikani. You are providing a Japanese read, right, as step 1, and then step 2 in that order. I have a fixed order. I sound out the read of Japanese, then I think about the English meaning, and it hops over. So it's not explaining the thing in a Japanese context and then it stops. I specifically also actively think about the English meaning, and it is important to me that the English meaning exists. So I'm not trying to forget the English meaning, and I'm also not trying to save time by not using the English meaning. I want to keep the connection between Japanese and English. It is going to be very important. This point is incredibly important because it's going to be the same for grammar. The way I learn and deep process is through contrasting and comparative analyses, not compartmentalization. I do not compartmentalize. I think, to me personally, that will save you time. Absolutely, it will save you time if you compartmentalize. It will not, for me, make it a enriching, important experience. Trying to compartmentalize means that I'm also abandoning engaging in all the things that I already know. And that to me is like pretending like I'm an adult with zero experience. And that is incredibly fallacious to me, logically fallacious. So when I'm learning something, I'm learning a connection, not something in isolation in the middle of the ocean like Japan. I don't learn culture and other culture in isolation. I think, to me, that's myopic. It's short-sighted, it's monocultural, and it's homogeneous, and that's not rich for me. I like thinking about things as mixes and bridging and stuff, not as respectful as I can to other people who are more purists. They take purist approaches and compartmentalized approaches so that there's no adulterating or interference. I spent most of my life growing up, right? This is a personal anecdote. I spent most of my life growing up multicultural. And then when I learn things, they are cross-disciplinary. Right. So it's very important to me that things are like that. It's part of my, I guess you would call it, it's part of my identity. So I form what I call associations. Associations or associative learning is what I would consider as immersive learning. You are immersing within yourself and you're bringing things into your immersion. You are not taking yourself out exclusively and immersing in something by abandoning everything that you've learned or have experienced. Sometimes other people find it a lot easier to reject and forget temporarily that they know other things so that they can fully focus on something. And I totally get that. It helps one focus, be more efficient. That's great. There's less noise. I spend most of my time negotiating these noises and leveraging their usefulness. So the opposite, a lot of times. Okay, personal anecdote there. Next, 300. We have 3,930 vocabulary words. All right, vocab. And I'm putting in quotes because a lot of times, or there is not a lot, but significant number of phrases and specific conjugations of, or not conjugations, but forms, different forms of a expression that is still considered vocabulary. So vocabulary is a little bit more wide when it comes to Wanikani's thing. And these vocabulary words are, again, same thing. They are seen as the Japanese reads first, and then they are seen as characters. So they are seen as characters. for their respective reads. Then those characters, their English meaning. So the characters' meanings are broken down into their English meanings. Then the relationship between the characters. The English relationships between their characters lead to the English vocab meaning. So to give you an idea, like a vocabulary where it has more than one element to it. It's not just kanji, it has kanji, kana, and various things like the sentences. So the in Wanikani, if there are like two characters, for example, I would look at the reads of both of those characters and read them together, and each character have English meanings, which is derived from either an English mnemonic or something. Then I look at the relationship between the two characters, and then using that, I construct the English vocab meaning out of it. So instead of looking at it like, oh, this combination of characters or kana or what have you is this English meaning, that's one thing. I look at it the whole way. So I look at all the characters, the relationship between the characters, and then how in English those relationships happen too. It gives me a lens into how like characters can come together. So much like Chinese, when you put characters together, there is a feeling or an intuition that you can build between, oh, I see, these two characters being together is fairly common. Like, oh, this aspect of this relationship and the organization of this character relation seems reasonable. And when I convert that and associate it with the English meaning, this creates what I rely on, which is the relationship in characters to form words, which then I use the same techniques, which will be related to Bunpro in the future. You see the relationship of words in a sentence, either using English or Japanese. One day I'll be able to have enough vocabulary and arrangement in Japanese to explain it in Japanese to myself, or in Chinese to myself. But for now, I use English as an analog, right? So if I understand then the relationship of words within a sentence, it's similar process. I look at the parts, I see the relationships, then I can go forward and backwards. I can take the sentence and I can break it down to its parts. I can take the parts and build it up to the sentence. That is the entire goal of deep processing. You're looking at contrasting and comparative analyses of the things you're looking at. It's kind of like physics building up to chemistry, chemistry breaking down to physics. This is how I go about the process of thinking. Not, I remember this, and it can only be this, and if I don't remember it, I'm just going to forget it. I'm going to use some random mnemonic that is so far apart, and I don't wield the mnemonic in order to help me form new relationships. That is that's the impression that I get whenever someone talks to me about how to effectively learn things. In my opinion, I think you can do so much more than simply look at something, oh, this is this and this is this. So these two separate things that weren't connected originally are now connected because you've done it enough. That, in my opinion, is the least you can do with learning, especially when you're a child or you're an inexperienced adult who does not have that experience yet. You have to start somewhere. You have to start your foundation somewhere. So it might as well be Japanese or Chinese or something else. That's fair enough. For myself, nearly all of my strategies when I'm talking about thinking and learning is cumulative. Learning strategies, finding relationships, how to deep process, use critical analyses, despite how trivial and little the information is. You can bring in information, you can extract information and then repurpose or spin information and even create new information from existing ones. All of those strategies are cumulative over a person's lifetime. They are independent of content. So if it wasn't Japanese, it can be French. If it wasn't French, it's mathematics. If it's none of those things, life problems. So that to me is what higher education, at least in my opinion, has taught me. The most valuable thing about tackling difficult problems and solving things and requiring to creatively learn, like creatively construct something from the information you have comprehended and learned, it's their relationship to each other. Whether they are opposite of each other or destructive to each other or synergistic or additive or multiplicative, those are the things that make learning one of the it's one of the most powerful characteristics of being human. Your brain has the capacity to do these things. You can choose not to. You don't have to have these skills to ultimately be happy and satisfied with your life. For me, it's like breathing and drinking water. Like if someone told me, oh, it's easy. All you have to do is like look at the flashcards like a couple times and then just remember that. I'm like, that sounds boring. And that might sound coincidence and ironic, but most of the time humans who think they're learning something will probably find that boring as well. When you say, oh, you just do this over and over again. I know it's grindy and you're just doing the same thing. It's like, you don't have to do the same thing. Like, if you're choosing to do something, use your brain. If you use your brain, right, that's a little reductive and a little aggressive. Usually is very consistent for humans to find something engaging when they can form relationships and do critical thinking and deeper thinking process. That doesn't mean your body and your habits and your previous experiences doesn't fight against it, right? If you're not doing this type of thinking already, it can be very laborious and exhausting. And that exhaustion comes with a toll on the body, and the body can prevent you from doing that, like feeling tired, fatigue. That is a bottleneck for these things. So it can weed away in happiness, right? So take it with a grain of salt. For myself, I don't think I've ever stopped doing this since I understand object permanence or scholastic achievements. Like I think as early as 8 years old, I was already forming legacies. So the way I think has evolved from the moment I was able to comprehend relationships and associations. And if you want a relative amount, that's 3 decades of whatever this is. So no, it's not a race to become this. If you want, the idea is I'm being very transparent about it. Like the way I think has been a 3-decade old project. So does it take other people 30 years to do that? I don't think so. Like the longer you live, the likely you probably have exercised some of these properties, right? When the last time you purchased something and then you decide to purchase it again, you're probably forming these relationships. There's some sort of understanding and intuition at looking at patterns and non-patterns. In this day and age, though, I usually talk to younger people. So when I'm talking to younger people, they almost inherently rely on a very specific, enriched way of learning something. And that is that leaves a lot of room for improvement, or improvement in their words, like speed, accuracy, consistency. Those things can go up when one understands how to encode and practice more deeply, not faster. You can only go so fast with diminished return when the quality of that efficiency is like non-existent, right? You can learn lots and lots of, be exposed to thousands of kanji, but it has no quality of retention, right? Quality is ultimately, in my opinion, the larger driver for retention. And therefore I go at small paces, right? I'm basically summarizing what happened in 1 year of Wanikani: 491 radicals, 1,182 kanji, and 3,930 vocabulary. Actually, this is technically, I don't actually have the exact numbers, but I can tell you that this is an underestimate. I'm using stats from Wanikani. So this, I'm going to say it's probably plus, as a personal like thing, this is probably plus 30 radicals because I generated my own radicals. Okay. I don't care what the traditional radicals are. I take whatever information there is and I supplement and create from it if I need to. So we're talking about plus 30-ish new radicals that I felt were very convenient. And when it comes to kanji, no, this one is pretty good. Kanji is more for interpretive. There's at least, if we're talking about interpretive things, there's at least plus 30% of interpretive differences. So like, this kanji means this and it reads like this, and you know, it means this in English, and I'm like, it kind of feels more like this. Like 30% of the time I'm like, oh, okay, I get it, that's estimation. I'm like, but it could be calculation if you have like a connection here. Like I could see it being used as like a calculation or presumption or an assumption and whatnot. So there's like, for every kanji, there's a tendency to expand more than its English counterparts because Wanikani is only one source, right? It's only one source. And in the future, you might be saying, well, that's just English. In Japanese, it'll only mean one thing. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Like, that's kind of like saying, oh, English is your native language, and suddenly you're like, English words don't acquire new meaning or new context or new uses because you use them a lot. They are natural languages. They are going to contextually evolve and change. And they're going to contextually evolve and change, especially if a language is becoming popular with another group of people. Like, if you want an example, think about English today and think about English 5 years ago. So the more users, the more likely this is going to happen even more, because the people who are using things are also creating and thinking and contextually having different contexts. Like Japanese will be no exception. So this is the natural thing to expect. If anyone likes the word natural, this would be one of them. It's natural for natural languages to undergo creation, destruction, refinement. So not so much destruction, but more like refinement, iteration, and evolution. And then for vocabulary, it's similar. It's I would say vocabulary is even higher. It's like 40%. So for every vocabulary word, there's an expansion of my connection with that vocabulary word. When someone says presumption, I'm like, I wonder what the extent of presumption is with assumption, calculation, estimation, premonition, prediction, right? Expectations. That's what happens. And one day when I go to use them in a sentence and I hear them from a vlogger or a podcaster, all of them are relevant. It helps me understand that, oh, okay, so it's not so much assumption, but it's more like a presumption without the context of evidence or something like that. Those are the things that happen, right? And all of them are important, in my opinion. I think some people often argue, well, that's not efficient. You're having like 14 different thoughts. It's only one thought. You only want one thought. I'm like, yeah, then that's the difference between someone who thinks deeply about something and someone who wants to think efficiently about something. If you're wanting to think efficiently about something, then fine. Go to Japan, go live in Japan and learn from like 4 people, your closest 4 people, and then use that to generalize it to the millions of people in Japan, and then try to generalize it to the billions of people who might have an opportunity to learn Japanese. Then go through your life and fight and constantly try to gaslight everyone else that your narrow view of the world is the correct view of the world. And then live happily, right? Only surround yourself with people you agree with. That's perfectly viable. There are, at least in my opinion, I am acquainted with individuals who have a small circle of friends who only surround themselves with the experiences and opinions that are shared among them. And that's perfectly fine. Like, you can live in a tribe, you can live on an island, right? And I'm talking about figuratively, not geographically. But you can still be very happy. For myself, it's not the case. It's legitimately the opposite. The reason I love learning is that there's consistently more and more things to learn, because with every one thing comes many other things. So I don't learn 3,930 vocabulary words. I learn like 10,000 vocabulary words. One thing is not just one thing. It's a tapestry and contribution of a very larger thing. So yes, it feels very defeating, quote unquote defeating. If anyone knows what I'm describing, it's the valley of despair. It's the unattainable mastery of something. It's the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. When you pursue it and you love to pursue it, the one obstacle you'll probably come across is that one cannot acquire comprehensive knowledge regarding anything, because the more you end up learning, the less you actually know. Like, relatively speaking, like how you feel, you actually continue to know more and know more and experience more. The idea is your world gets bigger, a lot bigger relative to the amount you know, and that's what keeps curiosity driven. So that's probably a statement that is definitely worth evaluating, because right now when I talk to high school students and university students, they believe knowledge and wisdom is finite. Like, they maybe when I say what I just said about when you know more, you feel like you know less, relatively speaking, of the whole, because you're thinking about comprehensiveness, right? And that feeling will exist still. Like, it's not conceptually unattainable from me. Like, I understand that it feels unrewarding when you learn more only to feel like you know less of the entire picture. That is something you have to come across. Alternatively, you can choose to think the world has a limited amount of information, and then when you achieve those things, you can pat yourself on the back and say you know all of them. So understanding that you're doing that, you can still conceptually say there's a lot of things you don't know, but at the same time you are happy with the most important, finite, comprehensive things you know now. that's another way to, find solace in that. For myself, I see more of that, especially when it comes to the high school to university transition. It's pretty like, it's a little bit concerning to me, the cognitive dissonance someone will have when they go from high school to university. Because when you go from high school to university, you're going to get that realization of reality where, oh, the stuff you learned in high school was like 5% or however minimal that you feel, because the information that you thought were important, and then you ignored all the other information that's not important, and you go to college, it's like, oh, hey, guess what? Some of the stuff you forgot, you might need to remember again because it's kind of like related to some of the stuff you are currently doing, and now you're in trouble. And how would you go and appreciate that is kind of what university teaches you, right? Or challenges you to teach yourself, sort of, to learn from that. That's one of the learning experiences. And then you go to graduate school and it gets even bigger. Like, it gets so big that one has to reconcile themselves with their imposter syndrome most of the time. Like, oh, someone asked me, oh, you work in virology, right? And you know quite a lot about virology, right? And if I gave you my honest opinion about my feelings, I know like very little about virology. I wouldn't be able to feel satisfied if I spent my entire life dedicated to it. I would tell you what I know about virology, but I wouldn't tell you I know a lot about virology, because the more I know, the less I feel like I comprehend the whole. That is the idea of the pursuit of knowledge. It doesn't end. And this is probably a great example of it. I when someone says, oh yeah, I finally completed the 2000 kanji deck, right? I'm like, 2000 kanji? How do you know you only completed 2000 kanji? And they're like, oh, it's because I know exactly those 2000 kanji. It's like, you didn't try learning more from that? Like, what I mean by it is, did you only learn 2000 kanji while trying to learn 2000 kanji? Is that the only thing you learned? Because if that's the only thing you learned, you and we don't see eye to eye here. I can tell you that I would have learned 2000 kanji like you, but I wouldn't say I only learned 2000 kanji. There's so much more you could have learned in the process of learning those 2000 kanji. Like, that to me is what efficiency. That's an efficient person. If you spend all your time dedicated to specifically doing that task, you'll get there probably way faster than I do. But when I get there, it's not the same. You don't, like, if you come over to me and ask me, oh, so you finally went through the 2000 kanji deck, do you know all 2000 of the kanji? I'm like, probably, but I can tell you a lot more because I spent a lot of time doing that process. Why did it take me so much longer? Have you decided to ask yourself, so someone may come up and say, well, I did it faster, so I'm smarter. Like, but we didn't do the same thing. It's like, what do you mean we didn't do the same thing? You used Anki, quote unquote, you use Anki to learn 2000 kanji, and I used Wanikani to learn, or like, let's just say 1182 kanji. It's like, I learned it faster. I'm like, yeah, but what was your process like? Because I can tell you, I didn't just learn 1182 kanji. That's not how I learn. And in my opinion, that's not how people usually learn. And even those who think all they learned was 2000 kanji, I can probably talk to them long enough to point out other things that they learned about themselves. Probably time management, motivation, consistency, structure, the importance of structure, Probably lots of mnemonics that they hate. Probably a collection of sentences that they remember because they're attached to really, really terrible kanji that they have trouble remembering. Like you learn a lot from doing a difficult task. The question is, do you ever leverage those things? Do you ever analyze those things? Because if you don't, then you can keep going around saying we learn from our mistakes. It's the process that matters. It's the journey, not the destination. You can keep saying that. But ultimately, if I had to be really direct about it, you're lying to yourself because you do not take any value from any of those things. So whenever someone comes by and tells me, oh yeah, I'm on level 98, just level 98? Oh, well, Wanikani has 60 levels. It's like, congratulations on your level 60. And usually, hear me out, those people, when they like celebrate their level 60s, right? They have lots to say. They don't just say they got to level 60 and they learned all the radicals, kanji, and vocabulary. The ones that make it, the ones that complete it, they have so much to say about their experience. So that's kind of where I'm getting at here. It's a really great way to say, right? Journey, right? Process, right? Critical thinking, problem solving, critical thinking. Choose your own poison, obviously. Okay, that will cover the relevant information. Now, I do want to add a few extras for the first section. I'm usually doing the third section, the personal anecdotes, as I'm doing the first two. So more facts. There's a few more facts that are kind of relevant. And now I'm taking Wanikani, right? I'm taking Wanikani and its relationship to Hanzahiro. Because now we have something else to remember. Earlier on, I said there is 1,182 kanji, right? But I also, from Hanzahiro, which in traditional Chinese, there's overlap in this and expansion in this. So my segue, my embellishment and emphasis on associative learning, like immersive learning is the word that I'm starting to use as a hot take. My emphasis on immersive learning, immersion in yourself, right? Creating relationships and stuff allows me to segue to Hanzahiro because traditional Chinese overlaps and are relational to Japanese in general. And from this, there is also in Hanzahiro, it's 499, and they call them components, but we'll normalize it to radicals. And these have I'm gonna say roughly like a 70% overlap. So that also means that 30% of those radicals are separate meanings. As in the same radicals. So this is analogous. This is analog to Wanikani's radicals. I'm actually juggling 30% more radicals and meanings than Wanikani alone. So you can call these Hanzahiro radicals. And the reason why I'm calling them Wanikani radicals and Hanzahiro radicals is because both of them differ from their traditional, the quote-unquote traditional counterparts. I did not study traditional radicals for that. I could do that, and it would add, it would add to the amount. And of course, the same thing still happens. I've generated roughly, if this is 500, I've generated maybe 20 more radicals from this experience. So there's always an uptake in relations. There's also 2,371 Hanzi to take into consideration. Right? In Hanzi, same process as Wanikani, but this means that all of these things also are analogs. They can be analogs of Wanikani's kanji. And then we still have the plus 30% of generalized meaning when it comes to the same process. So not only do I have 1,182 kanji, I have 2,371 hanzi in the same amount of time. Right? Or the same days. So last year, these are the numbers. And because of the 2,371 hanzi, it constantly shows up here. Now, I do prioritize English a lot of times, but the option has now slowly evolved into English/Chinese. So all the processes that involve English have started including Chinese. And that's what I spent a lot of time doing. So no, I didn't only rely on Wanikani, and no, I didn't only rely on other Japanese resources to figure out what Japanese mean. I actually learned Chinese. Chinese was my other resource as well, and I paralleled it with Chinese. And then we have one last thing, which was very important because this part is interesting. I have 4,041 vocabulary words from Hanzi. But you can see that up here, there's about 4,000 vocabulary words. So there was a distinction between how the characters were used. The frequency of characters in Hanzahiro was actually much lower. The character focus, the vocabulary was less of a focus. The characters were the focus. And Wanikani has a different distribution of that. So in a way, one of the reasons why I have a read focus and a character interaction focused discovery of vocabulary words and figuring out what vocabulary words mean is largely because I have a larger source of characters. In fact, I have almost enough character references. I mean, arguably, I have more character references than actual vocabulary words. Like the combination of 1,182 kanji and 2,371 hanzi put together far exceeds the utility of 3,930 vocabulary words, or roughly 8,000 vocabulary words between the two. Right? It is only, in my opinion, when I start looking at sentences and grammar that the vocabulary words will then start to take center stage, because then it is the building block of sentences. Meanwhile, I'm still watching anime and reading manga and manhwa, right? Manhwa and donghua for like the other way, where you take something high level and then you try to break it down. right? That's still going on its own thing, and occasionally I would play a video game, for example. But for this, building up, we're getting closer and closer to that other thing while we're working on it. So that's important to keep in mind. So those are some of the relevant facts. I won't even mention about Spanish yet, because Spanish is kind of like in limbo. So these are the facts. How am I doing on time? We are an hour and 30, so that part took an hour. So we're gonna spend one more hour doing archetypes, because I think archetypes are really fun way of creating empathy and generalizations that I feel is attractive to an internet audience, the hot takes and whatnot. So we'll move on to our last section, which is our archetypes. And again, I'm gonna emphasize all of these things. So, archetypes. There are some disclaimers about archetypes, right? Remember that they are hypothetical. They're hypothetical. They take observations which are the facts. So we've already went over some of the facts, like that, those type of facts, unchanging. They've already historically happened. Observations, and we apply correlations to them. And those correlations are depicted in the form of comparison. And know that when I say comparison, I mean compare and contrast, not just contrast. I have to really emphasize it's not just contrast. Like something is bad, so therefore it's not good. Something is good, therefore it's not bad. Something is ignorant, and something is knowledgeable. They're not opposites. We're not specifically focusing on opposites. We're talking about the degree of things and their correlation. So, and the reason why I want to say this is when I say hypothetical, that means it's not any particular person, right? Not any particular person. Excuse me. So if you happen to resonate with these hypothetical archetypes, then it can provide some characteristic insight that you may want to consider yourself for critical thinking skills, right? It's not to paint you as this certainty. So it's not any particular person. They're not personal, right? And remember that correlation, which most people can understand, is not causation. In fact, a lot of times they can be qualified as coincidences. For myself personally, I would qualify them as coincidences. And coincidences are strengthened by frequency. So these things occur very frequently together, so that's why they are hypothetical. Observations are the objective side of things. As in, those things exist. Like, people have difficulty with language learning. That exists, is an observation. There's no... And then you may argue, well, some people don't have a hard time with language learning. Yes, they are both objectively true statements. There's nothing else you can say about them unless you're suggesting a correlation with something. Like, to make meaning out of, if you go up to someone and say, well, you know, not everyone has a hard time with language learning. Well, yeah, that's true. So what's your point? then you go into correlation and comparison and comparing and contrasting to reach a point of, to reach a point of importance. Stating a fact does not contribute to learning or comprehension, in my opinion. It is what I mean is, okay, I take it back. It is one of the steps necessary or necessary for comprehension and understanding or meaning. So you have to observe something, correlate it with something, or maybe causally demonstrate it through comparing and contrasting in order to come up with a learning or comprehension thing. It's the whole thing. So you require all these things. So this is an exercise I do to kind of explain my decision making and my mindset. And we're going to do this in this long format because it's very convenient. So the two archetypes, I didn't introduce the two archetypes that I would typically use. So we're going to use this as varying forms of green. So on the one side, the extreme saturated side, let's go with this side. So on the left, there's a left and a right. That doesn't mean left is bad and right is good. So careful. We're just separating the two targets, right? So on the left, I typically pick archetypes that generalize archetypes that occur the most frequently in my previous experiences. So these are generalizations, right? Generalizations, and you want to take them with a grain of salt. They are used to form relations with each other. And archetypes, I label the archetypes based on their center core. And the core that I want to start with is I'm gonna use my new buzzword, I guess. Immersive learner versus passive learner. I'm using these words because they're not as potentially offensive, largely because I'm using new jargon in new contexts, but it'll become fairly obvious what two archetypes I'm talking about. Okay, so then we're gonna do a number line, right? So it's gonna be we need a property. So I'm gonna list a bunch of properties here. So on the immersive learner side, one of the properties that you'll probably see is slow. And we're gonna put it in quotes. Actually, slow, inefficient, I don't know how I'm gonna draw. Oh, it's better this way. So inefficient, I don't like that this is not centered. I'm just gonna center it here. How is slow and inefficient different? I'll go into that in a little bit. Quality. Relational. Engaging. So let's fill in some of the words that you might be thinking now. Fast, efficient, quantity, compartmentalized, grinding. Right, so we can start with these first groups, right? So this is a continuum, right? This is a continuum. Not really a continuum, it's like a spectrum or a Likert scale. And classically and coincidentally, whenever I think about a passive learner, I think about all the flags. So when someone is talking to me, I use these archetypes to demonstrate, to get a quick overview of what are they looking for, what could I say if they're asking me for advice or we're sharing anecdotes, how do I relate to them? For example, how do I empathize? If you're a passive learner, then oftentimes you think about things that are fast, you focus on efficiency, you measure most of your stuff based on the quantity of the things you're learning, you tend to compartmentalize, you as in the hypothetical person I'm speaking to, you know, someone who's hypothetical. You tend to compartmentalize everything so that it's more efficient and you can quantify them more easily, so then things go faster. And then it feels like grinding because all of the things are compartmentalized, so you're technically doing the same thing very quickly, a lot, and fast, right? So that's what I mean by those words. And in immersive learning, you take your time, so you're slow. You can be perceived as inefficient by like a passive learner because you're working on many things, right? It's inefficient because your task is you're learning a lot of other things at the same time. Therefore, it enhances the overall quality of any singular moment that you're happening. When you slow down, the quality goes up. It doesn't go down. It's very classical human condition that when you speed up, quality goes down for quantity. And when you slow down, quality goes up and quantity goes down, right? And everything is relational because you're not now focused on a singular thing. You have to focus on a lot of things, which it slows you down, right? It slows you down, make you inefficient for a very specific task because you're juggling a lot of things. It's more engaging though, because you're not grinding a very small thing, right? If you're only doing flashcards, it's grindy because the task is fast, efficient. It got a lot of quantity. It provides a lot of quantity feedback, you know, instant gratification, but it's compartmentalized. So there's nothing else interesting about it. You don't do anything else. You're only doing flashcards. When I'm looking at Wanikani, I'm not only looking at Wanikani. I'm thinking about Hanzahiro. I'm thinking about Duolingo. I'm thinking about how it fits into my Japanese schema, right? My Chinese schema and my English schema. I'm doing all of those things and it slows me down compared to being passive. And we're not comparing two different people. Remember that what I'm saying is this is one person. And one person goes back and forth between these two things. Sometimes you're an immersive learner. Sometimes you're a passive learner. You get these qualities based on those things. So when you're playing a video game and suddenly the video game becomes really engaging. So when it's engaging, it's relatable. It's relatable to the things you have, so that experience becomes higher in quality. So you feel very satisfied. But when you're playing the game, you become inefficient because you spend more time taking in the video game, and therefore you take your time to enjoy the video game. See what I mean by correlation, right? So when you're a passive learner, if you're playing a video game that you want to get through as fast as possible, then you're looking for the fastest route to success, which then you're getting the most accolades and achievement, the end result. The end result, completing more games. Therefore, those games are forgettable and they're unrelated to each other because they're just a number, and you're grinding through games as fast as possible. Right? Because you're always worried about getting through the grind. So that's all those things apply to learning. It applies to pretty much everything. These are the behavioral correlations that I use as archetype. So whenever someone comes to me and they talk about things and they ask me, do I have any advice for them or any recommendations from learning and whatnot, I ask some questions that tell me something about these properties. Now there's more. Let's go expand more things. And this doesn't just apply to language learning. When someone tells me about their video game, like what they enjoy about their video game, I would ask them questions to ascertain what type of experience or learning experience they are having. Learning is the essence of finding value, in my opinion. Learning contributes to the human condition. You find satisfaction by this. It's a balance. If you sometimes need to finish a game in time, then the things you rush through are less important. They're going to be less efficient. They're going to be less compartmentalized. Like there are people who can do both in the same session. They want to rush through the game in order to slow down at the ending. So they're appreciating the ending more and relationally and engaging, and it'll be more memorable, the ending of the game, because that's where they finally slow down. But everything else that went up to that point, it's efficient, it has quantity, it's compartmentalized, it was grindy, it was less important. Right? So if you're wondering what other things are here, importance. Oh, wrong color. Importance, delayed gratification, journey, process, analytics, problem solving, emergent, and now we're going to go to the other side of you. So remember, this is still the same side of one person. You're like, a person is not literally confined to these things. They are going back and forth. These are corollary aspects of a particular mindset. So you can go into Japanese as immersive as you can. I'm using immersion because immersion to me is not content dependent. It's not based on what type of content you're looking at. It's how you're engaging with that content. Like, what are you doing with that content is what makes it immersive or passive. Okay? So importance, instead of saying less important, it's more like general. So instead of having something incredibly significant and important, you have a general idea. That's what passive learning is. everything becomes general. Like like when you're watching an ending, if you speed through the ending, you have a general idea what the ending is. Like there's no particular importance in it. It's like, oh, okay, the good guys beat the bad guys. That means you are passively engaging in the game. You are passively playing the game because you only have a general idea of everything. They're not important details, right? Actually, we could write importance instead of saying importance. We'll use detailed. I don't want to make it look like neither of these are important. They are both important. The main word that I want to emphasize is appropriateness. Actually, this should be in blue. So it's one person's appropriateness of the stuff. You're expecting, if you're going fast, to be efficient and have lots of quantity, but you're going to have to compartmentalize, which it comes with all those things like grinding, only knowing general things, having access to instant gratification, right? Having access to that. Destination only. You're always keeping your eyes on where you're going and how far you have to yet to go. And when you have journey and destination, process is results. You're only looking at results. Results is the most important thing at this end. And when you're not doing analyses, you're memorizing. You're memorizing, and how do you solve problems? Repetition. Repetition is how you solve problems. Like, so brute force, like rote memory, brute force. And then emergent is, it's actually iteration. Kind of. It's more iteration than it is emergent. Right. So then you have these lines here. Right. Right. So now you're on a number line like here, where so when you're a passive learner, you're gonna have general ideas of things, right? And you have instant gratification at every time because it's fast, it's efficient, your number goes up, it's constant feedback, which is great for a passive learner if you're achieving that, if that's what you desire, right? I have areas of instant gratification. I watch like music videos. Sometimes the music videos are really passive. I passively listen to them. I don't analyze like, oh, there's a chord progression change here. And, oh, this person the lyrics is juxtaposed to the somber nature of the minor key in the background for the rhythm guitar section, right? That kind of thing, that's a little much, right? Instead, you vibe and you get the instant gratification, right? And you're always focused on your destination. Where are you going? 2000 kanji. What's today? You're going to get 10. If I increase it to 100, I could get there in, 20 days, for example. Always on the destination. And then your results is based on what you have done. You're always looking at your results of what you have done for the day. I finished 50 kanji today. Hooray. I finished 50 out of 50. Hooray. It's not, if you finish 20 out of 50, that sucks. Oh man, I'm inefficient. I didn't get the quantity. I didn't meet my quota. That is a passive learner. You are focused on the results. So you passively go as fast as possible to get to the results of your day's thing, right? So, this is actually really helpful, Brave Plant. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, like, and you can do this all the time. Like some days you're not stuck in one way. Some days you can say, I'm really tired, I'm exhausted. Let's just get through my quote unquote get through my lessons today. The ultimate appropriateness problem is that if you understand this stuff, so one, you think you've been for 6 years. I see. Like, and hear me out. I was gonna go into stipulations. Appropriateness for these things happen because we also have to include that we have physical bodies. And there are days that you, one thing that's physical oftentimes is habits. So in order to keep something consistent, habits, routine and like lifestyles come into play. So some days you might be like, oh, I'm super exhausted, my time is strapped. Then you have to you can tell yourself like, okay, today I will passively learn because I need to do it fast. I'm short on time, and I don't have, I want to get this done in time because I don't have a lot of energy, right? Because routine, habits, physical body, there's stamina issues. You have stamina and you have motivation. These are currencies that someone have: motivation, stamina, whatever is going on in your life, your routine, right? Which brings in elements of time. This stuff restricts what you can do most of the time. So when you think of it this way and someone says, oh, like Brave Plant, if you're saying you've been quite a passive learner lately, it can also help you understand that, oh, maybe I need more time, or maybe I need some more resources of motivation. Maybe my stamina just isn't that great at the moment, or my lifestyle choices can be a little bit problematic, and that goes into your physical body situations, your habits. So sometimes knowing what comes with your passive learning or your immersive learning, you can choose when to do it. Like, oh, I feel good today. Maybe I could set a time away to slow down, embrace being inefficient, look at relational stuff because that's what you want right now. And therefore it often ties with being engaging, and the things become more detailed for the time. Know that you don't get instant gratification from being an immersive learner. It's usually delayed gratification because most things will take longer time. And therefore you might have to convince yourself that it's more about the journey and the process of learning in which you analyze things, because analyzing things doesn't get you more kanji. For example, like a lot of times this deals with numbers, right? In the internet world, one of the most standard habits in the internet world or data-driven thing is pace of results. And the idea is that when you analyze things, it takes a long time and it doesn't contribute. So when you're analyzing something, it doesn't contribute to the results you're looking for. Like if you're looking for 2,000 kanji, analyzing, taking time to process, problem solving through your study problems, that's a waste of time. It is absolutely true. It is a waste of time because your results that you are looking for, or the destination you are looking for, is irrelevant to what if you relate to it. If you relate to the kanji, good for you, but it doesn't increase the volume of kanji that you're going to get. So that can be off-putting to people. So the internet, in my opinion, has largely, because of the data-driven nature of things, made most people passive learners. And that is a comfort zone. That also means that you can do this well. I didn't even talk about, so habits make all of these processes more efficient. So if you're comparing one immersive learner, like for example, if you compared yourself, today you decided you're gonna spend time immersively learning. Tomorrow, you're going to be faster than the day before. A little bit. It might not be noticeable. Then the day after, then the day after, then the day after. Because habits create routine and lifestyle choices that improve stamina, motivation, and time. The idea is that when you're comparing these two, they are inherently statistically different, at least in my opinion, corollarily different, that when you're passive, you can still get faster at passive learning. Like, you can get faster at memorizing things. You can get faster at finding the right answer to Duolingo's prompts without needing to increase the quality or slow down. You get faster, right? If you concentrate on one thing and repeat it, it'll still get faster. That's also true for slow things. When you're an immersive learner, it's going to be slow at first, but the following days are going to be faster than where you started. So you can entrain these things. Relatively speaking, though, if you spend more time passively learning, it will always generally be all of these things on the right compared to the left. So we're still talking about one person. Either any one time, you decide on which one, or your younger self versus your older self. We're not comparing different people, right? If you're comparing different people, that's gonna throw everything out of whack, because that person could have spent more time immersively learning than they were passively learning. So you can't compare the individuals anymore. Like, how often do I immersively learn? I would argue that I could immersively learn faster than some people passively learn, because I spent 30 years of my life doing that instead, right? In fact, it's actually very difficult for me to speed things up, like for the sake of reaching a result, because I don't have any task that requires this right now. Like, here's an example of a passive learning strategy. I have to go to a grocery store and I have to buy the food that I spent immersively learning that I want. Right? You know, I constructed my grocery store list and I'm like, oh, I researched all the products and took my time. And then when I go to do it, I basically learn the layout of the grocery store and I map the shortest distance and I grab it and I go. I didn't even think about what I don't have to think about anything about the grocery store. I'm not even looking at other foods, right? I'm not walking around the aisle and checking out every single product. Oh, hey, those cookies. I was going to buy those cookies, but the cookies next to them, I didn't even consider how good those cookies are. Then you're immersively learning about your situation because you slow down. You slow down and you realize, oh, I looked at the destination. My destination was the double stuffed Oreo cookies. But now I'm thinking, yo, those cinnamon graham crackers are screaming my name. So now you have slowed down and started weighing more analytical skills, problem solving skills, and emergence. Emergence is when something comes about because you analyze the relationship between things and you realize, oh, I didn't consider that. When you're doing passive learning, it's always iterative. Like, you iterate. It's a similar thing, only slightly different. Similar thing, only slightly different. So that also means that progress in learning, if we're talking about learning progress, there is low comprehension. And then over here, typically there is high comprehension. Five things to take note of there. Maybe just listening to your body is best thing. Oh, yeah, definitely. Body listening is like a whole different thing in general. Hopefully you're having a healthy relationship. 6 years is a very long time. a brave plan. I'm going into my 3rd year of doing this. Most of my life was dedicated to science and education. So this is to highlight some of the stuff that could answer the questions that I've had in the last 2 years. Like the first year was Duolingo, the second year was Wanikani and Hanzahiro. And I think most of these things correlate, and I'm highlighting the stuff that comes to mind. There is a whole branch that we talk about here, which is habit formation. That was from the first year, which is about routine, lifestyle, stamina, motivation, time, competence. Competence is the other one. So that deals with self-reflection, how consistent you are at understanding how competent you are, and how accurate or consistent you are in reaching the results from that estimation of competence. Because learning is not about whether you are competent or not. Learning is automatically assume that you are incompetent in the task and you are trying to gain something from it. So competence is being able to know if you're competent determines what you're going to learn, but not in the nature of how you learn it, right? At least the last time I checked, when people say I'm really stupid, then if they say I'm really stupid, their solutions that they look for would be something different. No, most of the time people will look for quote unquote the best solution regardless of how competent they are. That's the more normal strategy. You look for the best regardless of your competence. You know that you're not competent enough, and that's sufficient, right? And right now, I'm going to tell you that I drew this number line because now with all of the stuff I said, the question is then, I take a personal marker, which is in blue. Where am I on this spectrum? Like when it comes to the stuff, I am around here when I think about my efficiency. And usually when it comes to the other things, I'm around here, or inefficient and efficient. I most definitely always emphasize quality. And I am definitely always relational. It's barely compartmentalized. Most things are not. I favor engagement over grinding at any point of the of my learning. I actually balance between detailed and general things because I do need to generalize for other content creation, and then generalization helps to form specific connections with Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, and English. Like you have to generalize some things. If it's too detailed, it's hard to connect them, right? You need to step back a little bit to see, to give more wiggle room. If you're too detail oriented, it will be very difficult to, like, you'll be saying things like, well, technically, there's no equivalent in Japanese for this phrase in English or in Chinese. If you're too detail oriented, it can be interfering. So I generally try to generally balance between the two. And when it comes to delayed gratification, it's always last. This instant gratification barely like tickles me. There are times, I'll tell you those times in video games, like when you complete 30 quests, when you go out and complete like 30 quests at once, and then you just sit at the counter and just keep hitting complete. That is the closest thing to instant gratification that I can get. But technically, that's not instant gratification. That's delayed gratification. Because I went out to do 30 tasks. I waited till I accumulated tons of completions. Then I went back and cashed it out. So most of the time I gravitate towards delayed gratification. There's like rarely an instant where someone gives me like an instant gratification and I feel good about it. Like, or I feel good, but it's like so fleeting, like incredibly fleeting, to the point where when there's like a video game or like Duolingo or something, I usually skip over knowing that, oh, my streak went up by 1. It's like, that doesn't help me with anything. When I see my streak like increase by 200 after 200 days, that's when like, oh yeah. And then that's what Duolingo actually does. Duolingo does 1 for instant gratification, 50s for a different type of animation, 100 for a different type of animation, and 365 for a different animation. That's kind of where, that's what Duolingo focuses on, the gratification exchange. So that's kind of a way to evaluate. You can evaluate other products based on if you want to be immersively learning for most of your time or passively learning. You can even choose, if you're reading books, you want to be an immersive learner for that, and then you only want to passively learn with Anki or like a flashcard system, because you're only reinforcing things. So the idea is to understand that you have to prioritize some of these things in order to be appropriate. Sometimes you don't have to be deeply learning about everything, like preparing breakfast. A chef would say, no, you do have to immersively learn how to cook an omelet. That's their appropriateness. It has fit their routine, lifestyle, stamina, motivation, competence. It suits them, right? For you, like for me, if I was preparing an omelet, it's going to be passive learning. Like I'm going to do what I remember doing, and it's just going to be fast. I'm going to make a lot of it really quickly, and that's going to be I'm not going to think about making eggs all the time in other things because it's compartmentalized, right? If I bring up egg making, for example, in Japanese, oh man, the first thing I'm thinking about is, how do I say making an omelet in Japanese? Then you have slowed down and you have made egg making relational to the other thing you're learning. So not only are you learning how to speak Japanese, you are learning that the next time you make eggs, you can say it in Japanese. That's immersive learning. You are learning because you are immersing yourself in the content. So there are things that are going to be immersive. There are things that are going to be passive. The question is, how much of it is passive? How much of it is immersive? I can tell you that some people start immersive. Like if they were studying for 2 hours, they believe that they can study for 2 hours. They have the stamina, motivation, the lifestyle, and the routine to support 2 hours. The first hour is probably going to be more immersive than the second hour, because the second hour stamina may drain, motivation may decline, lifestyle and routine may fall apart because you're tired, right? Then you become faster, more efficient, and you start to compartmentalize and grind towards the end. That's why when you get tired, you'll start to be less engaged and it'll feel more like a grind. Things will be more forgettable because you're thinking more general. You're saving more time by weighing delayed gratification for the instant gratification of finishing quicker. I like the cut of my jib, sir. Thank you. You've watched a couple of streams before, but you're so far ahead of you. Oh, okay. In what? What are we talking about, Beth? You're getting to N5 at best even after years? That sounds amazing. As long as it fits your style, right? Like if it fits your lifestyle, your routine, your stamina, and you keep on going, that should be reward enough. But thank you. I appreciate it. I have a lot of time. I have time, stamina, motivation to do these things. All right. So in terms of journey, for me, always journey. Like, okay. It's more like here. I have to keep my mind on the destination to do these things. So like this very opening opinion, like how I summarize, do my opening opinions, my tentative takes, and my candid conclusions, I have to understand what my destination is in order to give, like, in order to do this actual analyses of my last 2 years of interacting with language learners, I would have to keep in mind destination. But most of my talk deals with journey related things. And this is the same with process. So if at any one time, 70% to 80% of my material is focused on representing journey, process-oriented, immersive learning. So you can see the dots are like slightly to the left. Now, if you want me to talk about all the aspects of passive learning and how to leverage passive learning, when it's appropriate, when do I feel like it's appropriate for passive learning, I would need to come up with an experiment. Like maybe the next time if someone says, hey, can you try my new product that I've been making for 5 years and engage in it like a passive learner would engage in it and see what happens. I can do that. Most of the time though, right now, since I choose these projects, this is kind of my balance of what I do on stream. And to make it so that the reason why I put this right hand column is that then whenever someone asks me, how do I feel about things? What are my responses to things? What do I prioritize? What is going on in my head? Why? How? What? Why am I doing this? This is a way to like show that if you're not like me at any one given point, this will give an idea of some things you have to ask yourself. Because these things are, now it's not causal. Remember that the disclaimer is these are hypothetical observations that correlate with each other. They don't necessarily have to always lead into each other. Like when someone says, can something be fast and have good quality? It's to me, it's a little bit difficult to do that in the context of learning. However, you might be able to cherry pick a very specific situation where if you go fast, somehow you have a better quality of interaction with the learning. And that would be, and then you have to ask yourself, is that the exception to the rule? Because correlation is not causation. They frequently happen together. All right. And it can be coincidental. So keeping in mind that one side is not fully non-negotiable with the other side. You can probably find outliers because statistics also have outliers. And then analyses and memorizing, I rarely focus on memorizing. Like when someone asks me, I had these questions a bunch of times already, like where someone says, how can you remember this when you saw it once? And I'm like, well, I'm not memorizing just that thing. I'm telling myself why that thing is related to all the things that I have learned. So like if you're trying to remember, like, I don't know, call or like high school, right? It's related to high school. I would really want to learn how to say high school because I talk to a lot of people in high school right now who are learning another language. So it would be really important for me to learn high school. So when I remember that, it helps me remember call. So I'm not specifically only remembering the one thing. That would be memorizing the thing in isolation. I remember it because I have motivations, relations, analytical skills in comparison to do that. And it takes time, right? It will take far more time than saying, oh yeah, these two characters, when they're together, it sounds like this. And it means this in English. And then one day I'll probably describe it in Chinese because it would be something like 高学, 高校 would be the two characters that I'm thinking that would put together, right? Despite it not technically being the most common way of, it's not the common way of saying it in Chinese. All of that is important to me. I'm analyzing what I'm trying to look at. I'm not necessarily simply memorizing. You can choose to memorize it and then go deeper if you want. If you have the time, the time, the motivation, the stamina to do that, and even the competence. So if you think you're competent in another language, you can challenge yourself to see how competent you are. When I first started, I didn't compare it to Chinese. I compared it to English. How competent is my English? If someone tells me there's no like Japanese equivalent of this, my first thought is, is like English equivalent of this Japanese. My first thought is like, you know what? Maybe I should try. Like when someone says pitch accent, right? There's no conception of pitch accent in English. And my first thought is, what are you talking about? Bro? What are you talking about, bro? Bro, there is. Bro. What? These three things have different pitches. And you can normalize the volume. I obviously added volume too, which is part of stress accent, right? So, bro. All of them are different. It's kind of what's an example analogous of this. Hi. Hi. So, they do exist. They do exist. Now, is it useful? It's not useful to someone else. Like, it's not useful to someone else who thinks that, oh yeah, I'm going to compartmentalize. English doesn't have this. Like, English doesn't need this. And therefore, I don't need to try to challenge my competence. You save time. It's time efficient, compartmentalized, and it's generalizing. If you challenge yourself to think about it and manipulate it, then you're wasting time. Technically, you're wasting time to passive learner. You're slowing down. You're being inefficient. You're increasing the quality of seeing if you can. And how do I feel about learning pitch accent? I enjoy it. I enjoy it because it's related to music and it's related to sound, and it's also related. My parents are Chinese, so I've spent most of my life in a tonal environment. And when I listen to people's English since I was 5, I think of English as a tonal pitch and speed language, not a stress accent language. So like when someone says, if I'm listening to someone, sitting in front of them and they're talking to me, right? How do I know if they're getting anxious? How do I know when they're getting sad or uppity or asking a question? You have to understand how all of the three things work in stress accent. You have to understand their volume, right? You have to understand their volume, their tone, which is their pitch, right? Their pitch and their speed. So, for example, when someone suddenly just speeds up and starts talking like this, and it's really fast and inefficient in quantity, and it's just compromised, and you fill in a lot of filler words, and then suddenly you're just talking in one specific tone really quickly, that's something that is useful, but it doesn't affect English's meaning. Right? All of that doesn't affect English's meaning. As long as you can process that as long as possible, you can probably still figure out what the sentence means. The thing about like Japanese, for example, Japanese is affected by mora. So if your beat is off and it suddenly starts speeding up, you might actually be saying something different, right? Like biru versus biru. It's the relatives to each other. So you can't consistently like speed up, slow down, or change up your speed in the middle of a word. It can make something really weird, like do versus do, do versus do, right? That happens. And then pitch accent is trying to not speed up or slow down while not increasing the volume as well. And in that way, the idea is you're going to get more control over the stuff, right? For example, do your uptones always change in volume? In English, a lot of people's volume actually change as they're going. So when you're ending a sentence, for example, right? For example, so your volume actually slightly goes. So your volume actually starts to go down, and your pitch and volume goes down. But in Japanese, oftentimes volume is about the same, even when the pitch is going down. And if the pitch is going up, the volume is still about the same, but the pitch is going up. So like, yes. So I basically said yes. So the volume went up and the pitch went up. But in Japanese, it's more like yes, 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 yes. So like yes, yes. Like it's not as subtle because like I'm still having problems separating them, because you have to like think about, can you emphasize something in English without getting louder? And that's usually why, like, when people talk about pitch accent, what are they listening for? Can you listen for the difference between tate and tate, right? Tate, 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 right? And I'm emphasizing it, but it could be tate, tate, hate, 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 hate. So tate is high volume, right? I'm using vertical tate. So there's tate, te, right? And then there's tate, 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 tate. And then there's tate, 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 tate. So you can get larger. Sorry, I needed to write that larger. So in English, that's kind of like one of the major English accents, where whenever they need to go up in pitch, when they go up in pitch, it gets louder, because emphasis typically lines up with both volume and the pitch. Or it's not necessarily true the other way around. Like in English, you stress in volume regardless if it's pitching down or pitching up. So it's wherever you want to stress it is when the volume gets increased, right? Increased instead of increase. Increase, 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 right? So same pitch, increase, increase. So that's probably like one of the pitch accent things. So technically, if someone said, oh, I want to sound native Japanese, then you have to understand how to control your volume and still learn pitch accent, right? You're listening to pitch accent while trying to separate it away from slowing down. So when there's a stress, there's an increase in speed, or like there's a decrease in speed. It gets longer, so it ends up sounding like tate. it ends up sounding like this. So when you're trying to say tate, tate, and then you go and try to emphasize it with the English accent, it'll be tate, tate. So it gets louder, but it also slows down. So then it becomes this. So it's going to sound like tate, like natto, like natto, right? Natto. But that is a different word. So whenever you get like emphasis and you elongate something, it also changes the Japanese. The Japanese needs to be the same pace. So in English, since you change volume, pitch, volume, and pace, if you're curious about why and like how do I feel about pitch accent, it's cool. It'll kind of teach you about what English does, in my opinion. Like if there's anything you want to learn, like immersive learning, right? Immersive learning. Keep in mind immersive learning. I'm explaining the relationship between English and Japanese because that's why I like pitch accent. Like I enjoy learning pitch accent because it's a different way to change up the way you sound when you're pronouncing words without doing some of the things that English has. So now it's pretty cool, right? Like for example, if I'm gonna do like Chinese stuff, like ta 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 right? Ta which would be something that this could be ta ta ta, right? So I can do the ta because ta would be going down, and then I could be going up, down, anywhere. I could be going flat, ta. I could be going up, ta, and then I can be going ta, right? So in Chinese, it's tonal, right? And tonal, each quote-unquote syllable, each sound has a tone to it. So then you can say, well, what does Japanese look like when it comes to Chinese? It's a language with two tones. It's 1, it's 4. This is fourth tone. It's 4. Oh, actually it's 3 tones, sorry. This is tone 2. So down, up, right, down, up. And then flat, heibon, which is 1. This is the first tone. So ah. So when you combine it, this first one is going down, so it's ta. That's 4. And then this is neutral or flat, which is t. And this is more neutral because, like, I don't know if any of this stuff makes sense, but this is going to be neutral because in neutral, the 5th quote-unquote tone of Chinese is neutral. It doesn't have a marker. It's usually lower than where you started. So if a pitch accent is high and it's going down to low, and you're trying to be heibon about it, like flat, like tone 1, you don't have to keep it up. You can keep it low, and then it can be shorter. So tata. The reason why I'm saying is because in Chinese this would be and as opposed to te, but it could be tate. That's 4. That's actually 4, 5. 4, 5 in Chinese. The only one that Japanese don't really use is the 3rd tone, which is this. It's represented by a character, like a caret, which just drops. It drops entirely. So it'd be like, if this is tate, this is, the thing would be tate. And I don't know if there's any examples of Japanese for that. It drops too far. Like Japanese have like a really narrow range, so if you drop off the bottom, it could be like a stylistic thing. It could be an emote. Like when Japanese people emote, they go outside the range. Like they could go really high and really low for like quote unquote emphasis, which is kind of very similar to English. So all of this, pitch accent, tonal languages, if you're interested in learning pitch accent, in my opinion, to be more immersive, is to relate it to something that you already do. If you're an English speaker, in my opinion, you already do all of this. If you listen to music, if you sing, if you play an instrument, you technically have the ear training already for this. The question is, can you connect the things together? Like for example, in pitch accent, for me, originally you can separate into 3 things. Well, actually, you only need to separate it into 2 things. So you have the up range and the low range, right? So if you're going ah, right, ah, that's it. Ah, ah. So when you add a e, ai, 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 aie, 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 right? That would be, this would be your classic like atamadaka. No, sorry, not atamadaka. What's nakataka? Your nakataka. So aie, 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 with different things. But if you want to do you can do it. That's music. Like that's when you're practicing your sound, right? Like you're raising pitch and raising. And when you're singing, if you understand singing, for example, like if people are interested in singing, I wanted to sing way back when I was like 13 or something in high school. I thought about singing, but then I ended up playing the violin. If you understand what it feels like to have a chest voice and a head voice, those are the separations for pitch accent. So when you're saying, it's right here. Then when you get into your head, it's like, and those are the only 2. And then it's everywhere in between. And in Chinese, you add a ground. In Chinese, you add a further ground because there's one that goes below your starting point. So you go and that's it. So now you have your full range, your full pitch range. Then you can adjust the pitch range for each one. And then you're not necessarily changing the volume, right? You could say, right? So you're getting louder. You're holding one note and you're just getting louder as opposed to changing the pitch. But it can be a little bit difficult because in English, when you're going up in pitch, it can also feel the same as going up in volume. And those are the things you can separate if you start understanding pitch accent. So in the future, if you're like interested in sounding different in English, like how do you sound softer without changing too much of your pattern and emphasis? How can you sound very bombastic and super high pitched because you really love just talking about this stuff all the time despite changing the language? Right, like changing the aspect and characteristic of your language. That's kind of already baked in English. In my opinion, the flexibility of English's words makes it so that it's a hit and miss a lot of times in English, but it's super consistent in Japanese. One of the things I really enjoyed over these years learning Japanese is when now I look at anime and manga and like how emotes are done and whatnot, you can also explain the consistency in why Japanese like voice acting feels a lot more consistent than English voice acting, because the way they're focusing, the way they're focusing on how to manipulate their language to create certain things, it's really associated with how their language is depicted. Like, for example, I don't know if anyone has ever wondered this. I've wondered this for a really long time since I grew up with Chinese parents. When Chinese people sing, right? When they sing, how do they sing if their language is pitch dependent? And then you might be thinking, how do Japanese people sing when they're pitch dependent as well? But the thing is, if you ask yourself, do you need to learn pitch accent to understand Japanese? Well, the question is, if someone is singing, do they change their pitch accent to the music? Or do they change the pitch accent to change the intent of the word? But in reality, in my opinion, here's a generalization because I didn't study that much yet of like singing pitches. Usually you can still translate the language and whatnot, even though singers will prefer specific pitches to match their music first. In Chinese, it gets harder because the words end up being not those words. You need the entire intent of the language and the theme and the sentences in order to discern words because they throw out tonality. So if you're wondering like what is the connection between singing and language, there is a connection. If you can sing something, like if you I've often wondered if this is going to be a fun way to interact, where you can put a voice meter, like you can download these on your smartphone all the time, where a meter, you can say, oh, is there a visual way, Dogen has done this before when he talks about pitch accent a lot, and he would show these voice meters, like you see these like lines. Basically, it would be someone holding a value and it'd be like something like this, right? That voice meter, you can do that yourself too on your smartphone. Like you can track a voice meter. You can go up and say slow, and it would give you like a register. And if that helps you, that's kind of fun too. That's kind of how you have to picture yourself when you're singing in tune, right? Or if you're worried about your ears, whenever you play an instrument, you're tuning all the time. So you can choose to tune things. Like you play an A. Honestly, I don't have pitch. I'm not pitch perfect. So I don't know what an A sounds like a standard open A. But you can choose something and you can tell yourself it's either lower or higher, because in language, you neutralize, you pick where you start. In like playing music, you have to hit the right pitch, which in language, you don't have to hit the exact pitch. You're not pitch perfect, you're relative pitch. So pitch accent is like singing, but even less stringent. You don't have to hit the same pitch. You simply have to go up or down in pitch, and that's pretty cool. So if you ask yourself, what is the lowest you can go? I can go like and then if I'm going mid, it's like and if I'm going high, it's and that's it. So anytime you pick your chest voice, which is your normal speaking voice, and you go slightly higher and then slightly lower, and that is a great way to practice. You can do it with any of them. It's like ka, right? So then you just go ka, right? Ka, ka, right? So, and in Chinese, you do all of that with every single combination as well, so you can kind of adapt it back and forth. In English, you are still doing that, by the way. Time is your worst enemy for studying. Oh, that's understandable. So you want to make the best priorities. Yes. So oftentimes I listed this as first. This is why these are the top major drivers. Top 3 major drivers. That's why passive learning is accessible. Like, you have to, like, I'm not saying it's bad or good whether you're doing these things. Know that when you have the worst enemy, it's natural, in my opinion, or it's logical to become a passive learner, because time is like the worst enemy. Oftentimes motivation feeds into time, so is stamina. All of these things limit the amount of time you're looking for. So that's where it comes out. Like for me, I genuinely, when someone says, oh, you're way ahead of me or something, right? My first thought is, well, I take things slow, inefficient, and there's like qualities and relational things. It keeps me going, but time is like not a factor. Time, speed, efficiency often makes one more passive. So the idea is, what is the quote unquote simplest way to become more of an immersive learner? It's not simple to do, but it would be simple in principle. Slow down, make more time, be healthier, have more energy, find more connections. All those are simple to say, but they're very difficult to do. Hence, still passive learning, right? Still passive learning. That's kind of like, over the last 2 years, 90% of people, to me, in this scheme, I'm not saying this is other people's scheme, by the way. Like, other people's schemes are different than mine, so I'm trying to be as explicit as I can. The things that I consider as passive learning are on the right. Whether someone agrees with me or not, that's perfectly fine. I have defined what a passive learner is to me. So when I'm speaking to someone in the last 2 years, 80% of those people are passive learners. They themselves describe their learning process as active to me. So like, what I mean is, the people I'm talking to, they have different definitions. And I'm telling you, the things that they told me are all on this column. The vast majority, 80% of the people I have talked to have done these things right here. They did not do the things on the left. They rarely ever talk about the things on the left. Like, they can say concepts, but they don't practice them. So that's why I've made this like graph, or like this list, and a Likert scale. Most of the time it's on the right. So the archetype, and again, I'm emphasizing this is an archetype. So it's not any personal person. Like, I'm not trying to stereotype someone that I know. These are the things that they correlate with each other. Like, it happens more often. And it does follow a lot of times. It might feel like I'm describing someone, but it's coincidence. All of these things should seem familiar, because I think it's also a consequence of using the internet for source of information. The internet makes you want to be fast. It makes you want to get to the point. It makes you don't want to spend time asking silly questions like, how does this relate to me? Why is this important to me? Is this word even interesting to me? How does this relate to all the things I know about language? Like, those things are not interesting, usually, right? And for me, I'm like at the other end. So I spend last year, right? Last year, since this is the beginning of the new year, last year, I think I spent 7,000 hours, something like that. 7,000 hours. And I would say the large majority of it was working on these things. And then when I'm talking to someone, I'm usually ranting about immersive learning, or my consideration of immersive learning, as opposed to passive learning, because I don't have to explain that. The vast majority, if I start talking like this, for example, the moment to connect with someone, like to connect with a stranger. I can talk about how fast things are, how efficient they are, how much you're gonna do, what are the things A, B, C, D, and E, that separate things that you have to do to grind your way to a general success, and then get the instant gratification day after day to keep your motivation up, and then reach your destination and provide the proper results by memorizing the information through repetition. And because repetition is always the default of brute forcing, you can't fail if you repeat enough and iterate on that. And then when you remember those things, then later down the road, you'll figure out how to comprehend it. That describes legitimately 80% of how I relate to a random stranger who comes to me and say they're learning Japanese. So then when I take these things, when I ask these questions, I actually ask separate questions for many of these things, then I take the opportunity to try to challenge them to think the other way around. And that's where I've connected with a lot of people. Over time, we've been meeting in the middle, basically. Like, maybe it's not just about being fast, you can be slow too. Maybe it's not just about efficiency. Some days you can be inefficient and spend more time on your troubled words, for example. Troubled words require immersive learning to overcome. Learning from your mistakes have a higher propensity to require immersive learning. If you don't know how to slow down, then how do you learn from your mistakes? No, you ignore your mistakes. You try to power through your mistakes. So it's the difference between, like, a passive learner would fix their mistakes. An immersive learner would learn from their mistakes and change the mistakes. That's usually one of the characteristic differences. So, like, if you fix the mistake is going to come back. You see what I mean? Like, if you forget a word and you repeat it by trying to fix it by repeating it, you're going to forget it again. You didn't try to change the nature and address the mistake and learn from it. You replaced it. Like, you ignored what caused the mistake by fixing it. Like, kind of like, oh, you got a cut from skating. You got a cut from skating. You put a band-aid on it. It's fixed. It healed. It's good. You go back to skate and you cut yourself again. Right? You didn't slow down to say, so what is it about the cut? Like, so what caused the cut? Well, it's skating. So is there any way I can prevent getting a cut there if I'm gonna go skating again? Protection. And then you only put on the protection where you've injured before because you're learning from your mistakes, right? Like a helmet, knee pads, places where you want to. And then what you learn from that is one day you might not need it anymore because you've addressed your growth period. Like, you don't have to always, the mistakes you learn from, they're not always going to be permanent. You have growth too. Like, eventually you can even take off the knee pad because now you have become more competent in not injuring that place. It still may happen because you've learned from that mistake. What causes that to happen? You didn't fix it. When you fix it, you are more likely to ignore it. So if you're asking yourself here, like, why does it feel like I'm constantly grinding the same general mistakes that I keep making because you're trying to compartmentalize the stuff in order to be efficient and enhancing quality, like the quantity of it. And for myself, the goal of me keeping consistent is that I keep learning from my mistakes. Fewer mistakes mean that I don't stop learning immersively. If mistakes keep going up, then I'm becoming more and more passive. If the same mistake keeps recurring, I'm going too fast. I'm not slowing down to analyze my mistakes. If I'm constantly trying to push forward, then I'm not addressing the things that are slowing me down. Because it takes you to slow down to know what those things are. So that's you think that's this? Oh yeah, for the pitch accent thing. You don't know if you want to be fast, but you have to be efficient with the time you have. That's fair. I just wonder if it's more a memory thing. You need to spend more time even going slower, or you be further ahead. If that makes any sense. I know. I know exactly what you mean. You definitely haven't spent 7,000 hours, but you wish. Yes. So here's the take on that, right? I heard this multiple times. I don't have any hardcore statistics for this. However, when it comes to your physical habits, right? Your physical habits and your physical bodies, like we haven't addressed the fuel for this. Like all this requires currency, right? Currency, which is time, stamina, motivation, most of those things. We haven't talked about, like, I'm not addressing those things. If these were equal, so in both cases, if they were equal, is the question we're asking. If you tackled passive learning or immersive learning when everything is equal, so your time, your stamina, your lifestyle, your routine, when it provides the same amount of currency, and you're saying if you dump that currency into immersive learning or passive learning, like trying to skew one or the other, an expert, quote unquote, an expert on learning would probably say you might get ahead immersively learning. I'm not an expert, by the way, and I'm not selling really anything. I'm not a professional in either of these things. And then if you're talking about a person who's selling you an app, for example, it's probably passive learning will give you the edge. For me, statistically, since I don't have any stats, actually, it's very difficult. You would need to like control the life of like 30 people and unethically like do a lot of things to really get at the answer in this. I would say that the edge would still go to whatever gets you to learn more. And that sounds like a cop-out answer, but hear me out. What we're talking about is when you're a passive learner, when you're passively learning, how competent you are. So if you know how competent you are, say you know 0%, right? You know 0%, then passive learning would be faster. Like would be more, if like, good use of your time. But here's the catch. It doesn't stay that way. When you get to a point in your journey, which is what most people would say your intermediate phase, when you get to your intermediate phase, let's say like you evaluated yourself and now you're like 30% competent, then it would be this. It would be immersive learning. This would be a better use of your time. But there's an easier way to explain this that most people say. You start off really, really fast, right? Like you've heard this before, I'm sure, like in fitness. When you get into a gym, you start off gaining very quickly on basic foundations. Repetition, fast, efficiency, quantity, compartmentalize, speed up. But then when you get to a point of intermediary, like that plateau, that's when people discover of transitioning from passive learning to immersive learning. Because now they're dedicated to details, relational stuff, quality stuff. So that's your typical transition. So the answer is actually both. It's never one or the other. Like rarely in science without like solid statistics and longitudinal studies and behavioral studies. Sorry, my background is in biological sciences. I'm pointing because I usually have that thing in the back. My PhD is in biological sciences. So it's more of a transitioning point. So in the beginning, it's passive learning all the way. the thing is, you have to ask yourself, what else do you do that had a transition point? Have you ever thought about investing? If this is your first skill, like that you are willing to invest voluntarily, it can be very difficult to discover both of those things. This is not my first skill, right? Because I still need to keep up with Fujonese and Mandarin, and I learned Spanish in high school and college, and then I learned science. Science have different semantics and jargon. I went through 2 decades worth of abstract ideas that don't even have natural examples, right? So I learned how to transition from being passive, that is appropriate, to immersive. Immersive is when you hear the things like, oh, I love studying, I love learning, I can't get enough of, and then you're saying you wish you had 7,000 hours. That, I think you're more into the intermediate stage at this point. Like, you have passion. Passion leads to immersive learning because it's passive. I mean, it's passive at first and it becomes immersive largely because the nature is more appropriate now. Like, how do you get to the nuances of pitch accent and the nuances of poetry and haiku and like tea ceremonies and stuff? It requires that you change up your priorities in learning. That involves, here's a great example of Japanese, for example. When someone spent 3 or 4 years learning Japanese, what are their goals? One of their goals is probably to visit Japan or even live in Japan or have Japanese friends. That requires immersive learning. Like, the moment, and that's where this connects. You know, you heard like, oh, immersion is a king, right? Immersion is the king. It's like, yes, when it is useful, when it is appropriate. So a lot of times people would say, oh yeah, start with your kana, use non-immersion to learn your kana, your vocabulary, get a good foundation. Passive learning. Passive learning is king. It gets you that volume very quickly, and then jump into immersion as quickly as possible to get your learning in, your immersive learning. But hear me out. When someone is passively learning and they have no idea that immersion that people are referring to is immersive learning, that the qualities that I'm qualifying here, they can use passive learning to try to do immersion, and that fails. In my opinion, like 80% of the time that will fail because it does not meet the appropriateness and the requirement to make immersion effective. So like, what's a requirement that will fulfill that? Move to Japan and live in Japan. If you move to Japan and live in Japan, immediately you're already forced to be immersively learning, because you have to slow down because you kind of suck at everything and all the decisions are obligatory. You have no choices. It's inefficient because you have to suck it up and get immersive about it. It has to be high in quality or else your life is going to suck in Japan. It has to be relational because it's your life, right? And it has to be engaging because when you're engaged, you are upset, you're sad, you're desperate. All those things are engagement. Like being angry is engagement, right? It's got to be detailed because you're basically living in it. It has delayed gratification because you're going to suffer for the next like 2 or 3 years with culture shock and stuff until you get it. It's going to be a journey because every single day is going to be a struggle. It's going to be process oriented because every day you have to address a new problem that comes up. You have to analyze or else your life isn't going to improve in Japan. You're definitely going to encounter problem solving skills, and it is emergent because one day culture shock is going to feel like normal. You're going to emerge out and feel like living in Japan is more normal than the country you used to live in. And then that comes with high comprehension. So in a way, I'm not really like dispelling anything that anyone else is talking about. I'm basically repackaging it. I'm like packaging it in my mindset. So when someone says, oh yeah, start off with pick up Genki textbook. quickly read through it, and then pick up Anki, build up a bunch of words and characters quickly, and then like go over your kana, and then start reading. Then start with like short reading stuff that you basically just read to get a good idea, and then hop into your most deep version of immersion. And to me, that works for people who are able to go from passive learning to immersive learning. And I'm not using the word immersion because it's immersion learning. I want to make it clear that immersion, the thing that people advertise in Japanese for Japanese language learning, immersion is a form of immersive learning. Like, you can passively immerse in things. What is an example of a passive learner in an immersion context? A heritage speaker. Like, for example, I'm a heritage speaker. I don't know how to explain all of this in Fujianese, despite living with my parents and obligatorily having to speak a different language. Like, there's no possible way I can communicate all the ideas in English to them. Like, they would not be able to understand that. So despite immersively having all the routine, right? Even the routine, right? Routine, lifestyles, stamina, motivation, and time to do it, I learned a fraction of what I learned in English. So English was a product of immersive learning. My Fujianese is a product of passive learning. So you can still speak like ni na shun gong hu ji wa na ni nong gao doi kai ni mami kai babi gong wa, you know, ba gong wa ni e gong very important things, right? So you can still passively learn a bunch of things, but it will be capped. There will be like a glass ceiling you're going to hit, where it could be good enough. Like, for some people, it is good enough. If you're passively learning Japanese in a relaxed way and it gets you to your goals, it's good enough. Because remember that passive learning deals with destination and results. If you only want to be M4, passive learning can get you there, right? The more deeper you climb, the more likely you're going to do that. So usually I would say it's both. The answer is both. At some point, your bang for your buck is going to require a differing mindset. And for myself, I start with that. I rarely ever engage in passive learning if I don't have to. Because, and here's a big grain of salt, because I have the routine, the lifestyle, the stamina, the motivation, the time, and the competence to do that. If you do not have these things, it's usually passive learning is useful, right? It's very appropriate, and it doesn't like you're not uprooting your life. If you truly end up being like an immersive learner immediately, like you just want to rip the band-aid and become fluent, then you're going to Japan. To heck with your routine, to heck with your lifestyle, to heck with your stamina, you're going to Japan. And that's fine, right? If you understand that's what you're gonna do, right? Otherwise, if you go to Japan and you're saying, oh, I'm just gonna learn the same way, then you're coming back in 1 year. If not less, maybe 6 months. For the record, the number of foreigners that moved to Japan lately and then went back to their native country is probably still higher than the ones that moved there and stayed there. And it's not just because of the Japanese thing, it's because of learning. What I mean is, your success in transplanting to another place involves the learning process. If you do not learn, then rarely do you comprehend and feel comfortable and rewarded in a place long term, right? So a failure to learn and immersively learn eventually is a failure to adapt. It's often correlated, not causal, but it heavily contributes to a failure to adapt to the new environment. So, hang on, my nose is running. Give me a sec. Excuse me. Sometimes my nose runs. It's your first other language. Okay. In grade school, languages never stuck. Yeah, largely because the farthest you probably got was passive learning. And when you're passively learning, you have to be interested. I retained my Spanish because in the near future, I ended up using the Spanish. So the Spanish had relational motivations later down. So in college, I needed to fulfill an obligation, for example, of language, like the arts, like humanities and arts. So I took Spanish again. And then Spanish also led into other uses of Spanish, like video games, and my immediate environment had Spanish speakers. So over time, I retained that Spanish because I was learning, quote unquote, through immersion, right? I had reasons to keep it. And when you first learn something, most of the time it's passive. Children learn passively most of the time. You don't have to think about this. You have no examples of it, right? There's no reason to form, like, the way I'm qualifying passive learning, not the way other people are. Children are passive. They learn through absorbing whatever it is because they have no relations, like they have no prior experiences. You don't have to engage, be worried about details, worry about delayed gratification. When you're a child, you haven't even lived long enough to have the appreciation for long delayed gratification, like working on a degree for 4 years. Like that's inconceivable still, right? Like there's no journey. If your journey was like 10 years and the longest thing you've ever done was like 1 year, right? So that is what, in my opinion, the most reliable way of learning until later in life. Until later, then you start questioning and developing other skills, how to become a deeper learner. And usually it's around like when you go to college or when you start your first job or start a family. Those are when you start having to pivot and how to learn for the long term, right? How to cultivate skills necessary for the long term. So in my way of saying things, usually when people are challenged with enough problems, like obstacles, they don't have to be negative. I guess problem is a negative word, but if it's like a challenge, an obstacle, and you overcome it over your lifetime, there is going to be skills for immersive learning intuitively. If you do not ever experience any challenges, you can still learn how to immersively learn, abstractly and conceptually if you want. It might not be necessary for those people because they don't need those skills if their life is going well, right? So in the end of the day, if you really want like a fix-all situation, embrace challenges every once in a while and make those challenges long. Like they have to be long challenges in order to ask yourself, oh, how can I do something long term? And that's a way to evoke intuition. And the one intuition that I typically do is I talk about people's sleep hygiene, fitness, their diets, right? Their relationships, their communication skills, things that they do on a normal basis. And then when they are able to do that, then whatever they choose to do, they can adapt and adopt most of those things later in the phase. So whenever someone's like starting their Japanese language learning journey, and they're like giving me this vibe, I guess, this vibe that they're passively learning the beginning of Japanese, I usually converse with them about how they solve other problems. Like, what do you do when you are working on your diet? Because like another person would be working on their diet for a much longer time. They would, like, what did they do with their diet? Sometimes their diet stayed the same for like 14 years. Then I would know the aspects, like I would get a better idea of how they're learning things. Because if their diet didn't change for 14 years, then there's going to be a bumpy road ahead. The likely case is they're going to hit like N4 and N3, and whatever they're doing is going to stay N4 and N3. They're going to hit a plateau, like their diet and their cooking and their hygiene. Whatever they're doing really for a long time, and it hasn't changed for like over 10 years, what are the chances that you're going to change when you're learning something if you couldn't do it for the things that are ever present in your life? So whenever a child, right, like when you think about it, it's like, what is school trying to teach you indirectly? They give you enough challenges to hopefully show you, at least in my opinion, you can extract that you can adapt over time. And school, you know, all the way to high school, that's 12 years. And then you add on college, 3 to 4 more years. You go to graduate school and you're tacking on 4 to 7 more years. If you get a job, you're tacking on infinity. Until death do you part. And if that job requires that you do different things over time, like you're climbing a ladder or something, then that is consistent, long, progressive necessity for learning. So for my sake, oftentimes whenever I need, I don't do this very often, and I am not a professional in this, but there's unofficial people that I talk to on a weekly, daily basis, that these are the strategies that I would focus on. Like getting someone to understand how they learn already on things that have already happened, things that they've been focusing on, like that artwork you've been working on for 8 years on and off in the back. Those skills that are related to how you improve your artwork is related and transferable to whatever skill you're choosing to do in the future. And that's part of learning. It's not part of the context. The semantics and the discipline and stuff, that's information. Information is there for you to use to learn. It is also there for you to forget as well. So if you're saying it never stuck, it never, like, to me, that's similar to saying it never transitioned into immersive learning. You have not decided that it's important enough. Like, I understand some people are like, but what if I want to remember something and I can't remember it, no matter how hard I try? Maybe the idea that I'm trying to evoke is perhaps it requires a different mindset. Like, when you try to remember something, what is it that you do? And it's likely something you're not currently doing, right? And my suggestion is all the things on the left side. All the things on the left side require like 8 or more hours, but you pick one of the things and ask yourself, how are you able to achieve that thing? Right? Any of these on the left side, they're like, usually I talk about analyses and process-oriented thinking and problem solving, but I don't usually think about slowing down. Like, I feel like people know how to slow down in certain ways, right? But they're all connected. So if you focus on one aspect of these things, you might be able to grab all the other aspects because they're correlated. If you slow down, there's a chance your quality goes up because you start thinking relationally. Your engagement might go up because you're more concerned about the details now. If you learn to appreciate delayed gratification, you might do all of these things, because if delayed gratification is great, then all of these things are accessible to you. Right? The reason why I'm harping on delayed gratification is because instant gratification is one of the major motivators for anything voluntary on the internet. If you keep thinking that it's not satisfying, you're feeling like you're grinding, you don't make good progress, it's not stimulating enough, then instant gratification is what's driving being fast, efficient, quantity, compartment. It is somewhat of a competition, but generally speaking, the thing that's most overrepresented right now online is instant gratification. So instant gratification is associated with all of these properties. So you'll get all of those feelings immediately. The things that you're going to say, I need to learn something, repetition, iteration, memorization, because I need the instant gratification to have progress. And how do I get progress? I look at the goals I need to reach, and the instant gratification is a short-term goal, right? That's what you do well. So it's not bad or good. It's what you do super well given your environment. And then what you don't do well is something to learn. And I understand how like inceptional this is, where so you're telling, like, I'm telling people they need to learn how to learn. The answer is yes. The short answer is yes. You still need to learn how to learn a new way of learning, right? A new way of thinking. So inherently, it's supposed to come from experience, in my opinion. Like, both of these things, they're not supposed to be new things. They're not conceptually new or weird for a different generation of people. Like, back in the day, like not that far back, but usually these things happen on their own. There are going to be some skills that you've committed so much time to, but that's probably like conceptually, I think everyone has done it. The longer you live, the more you have done it before. The question is, are you able to apply it to other things, right? Can you apply it? Disuse, like not doing it very often, makes it more difficult. Like, when was the last time you ride a bike? If it was 12 years ago, it was probably going to be a little bit more alien than if it was 1 year ago. You won't necessarily forgotten everything. It takes delays and stuff and impact practice. Anyways, you definitely felt it was better when you did a short stay in Japan. Oh, that's great that you were able to visit Japan. N4 is your short-term goal, I see. You just thought you should be further by now. Goal-oriented. Yeah, goal-oriented. Congrats on getting as far as you have, right? That's the balancing act between the two. Learn to accept delay and analyses issues, maybe. Oh, okay. So you're looking at delay and analyses. Interesting. This is where I would like go and ask questions and ascertain which one we can focus on and whatnot. You can compare that to trying to fix a shirt you did a while back. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Anyways, I do have to wrap this up because this is the first day of Bunpro. So I was trying to share some of the things. So I basically am wrapping up what I was going to do. So in the beginning, let's see if we covered things. So ongoing opening opinions, day 1, right? I was talking about some of the why, what, how, try to communicate. And then we did some facts. We talked about the publishers, the developers message. Oh no. Like the developers message, my own personal backgrounds related to that. And then we did the archetypes, important correlations, behavioral mindset, contrasting comparison. Yeah. I didn't go into what I'm looking for, but we'll cover that as I use Bunpro in the future. Yes. Yeah, no worries. Now I get to explore the first day of Bunpro. That's gonna be really fun. I wonder if Bunpro resets on... I don't know when Bunpro resets, so I'm gonna try to do my first day. I'm excited because my first day of lessons. Oh, I need to say one last thing. And because here's an example of what I mean by different in opinion. I focus on process. Oh, I had to finish this. Problem solving, number 1, all the time. Emergence is not that negotiable. Like, I'm like here. So this one's a bit of an outlier. I don't mind if it doesn't have to be emergent. So we're just gonna do like a balanced approach. And then I'm always aiming for comprehension. Low comprehension for speed, not my jam. So one thing I have to say is I'm very process oriented. So one thing as a result of this is, where do I start on Bunpro, right? Someone's gonna ask me, where do I start on Bunpro? And I totally forgot to mention this because I didn't do the Duolingo thing. But let's go back to this page. So this spot is all the things that I have, the facts that I'm bringing in Bunpro. I forgot to mention one fact is that since Bunpro is going to be offered as a grammar source, right? It also has vocabulary. And actually, it also has kana as a fact. Like, Bunpro offers these things. And if I have time, all of this stuff, I'm basically determined. I have already said I'm starting from 0. And there's a reason for that. Because I'm more interested in immersing myself in how Bunpro tells me grammar, vocabulary, and kana. It's not the content. And what's the fact about this is because my grammar is around N3. And that was my Tofuku mixed with Duolingo first year. Because I really like grammar, so I did that in the background. And then vocabulary, we have all of this, which is all the Wanikani and all the Hanzuhiro stuff. Right? And then kana, so Duolingo. So why am I starting over from 0? It's because now I have another reason. Because what if they explain the vocabulary differently? That's another way for me to think about the vocabulary. What if they explain grammar differently from Tofuku? That's interesting. And I'm gonna. There is a kana thing that I'll explain in the website. The website asks you like, do you want to skip kana or not, and it's a separate thing. I might actually do that at the end just for fun because I want to see how they present kana. Duolingo did it in like a writing exercise, separate writing thing. It's all recorded, by the way. Like all my 1 year of Duolingo is recorded. I did it very differently with handwriting and all that on top of Duolingo, and I'm curious how they're doing it. So this was one of the points that I kind of missed. Despite knowing all these things, I'm genuinely curious how they go about it. So that's today. Today is going to be interesting. The first 100 days is we're going to try to do it the Bunpro way and then see what it's like, explore the stuff, and then after 100 days we're probably going to innovate on it, like do other things, incorporate Wanikani and Duolingo isms and all that stuff. But today is a day where we explore. So just wanted to highlight that. And that's it for my opening opinions. Usually these things are about 4 hours long. Yeah, we're around 4 hours, right? So before we start, I'm gonna take a quick break, stretch, walk around a little bit, and then I'll be back to start day 1 of Bunpro. Have you ever heard of Renshu? I have. It's a smaller one you like? Yeah, Renshu, before I go, take a break. Renshu is the iteration of Duolingo. Like what I mean is Renshu, based on what I've seen from other people, Bushu is also another thing where they are combining a lot of other things together, and I quite like it. And Renshu is it still a solo dev, or did that person get more support lately? Because Renshu is really a passionate project. I read a lot about it because other people mentioned it, right? Other people mentioned it. Bushu was also mentioned in whenever a conversation Renshu happens. But yes, I have, and I've read about some of the developers' things. And here is more about an overlapping thing. So whatever I gathered from the combination of Duolingo and Wanikani provided something with Renshu. But I would not mind picking up Renshu if people are interested, right? Right now, I have to complete projects before I consider new projects. So Bunpro was already in line with Wanikani, because Wanikani and Bunpro are together in conversation a lot of times. You think they have a couple more people, but still small dev? Yeah, it's a passion project. Bunpro, I already talked about their publishers and stuff. Bunpro is actually expanding, so these things are pretty interesting. Yeah, Renshu is a really great resource. If it meets your criteria, right? It definitely meets the passive learner requirements. So what I mean by that is when someone says, I need something that's fast, efficient, quantity, compartmentalized, helps me with the grind, with instant gratification, keeps me motivated, right? Constantly motivated, and it tells me where I'm going, what my results are each day, and helps me memorize things through repetition and iteration on things. Renshu checks many of those boxes. I absolutely, definitely. Anki platforms do the same similarly, as well as Wanikani. Like they are typically built on this. Most of the time, the last 2 years, I basically bring all of this to it. So I do this, and the first 100 days is like nice. You know, you take the first 100 days, I'm passively learning as quickly as possible with the tools that I have, and then over time, I make it more and more detailed. So my sessions of Wanikani and Hanzahiro looks different. They have a lot of tools to get you reading as well. Yeah. You can also transition to something like Satori Reader, right? Satori Reader is a graded reading app. The downside about that is I can't like stream it because reading material is copywritten. Yeah, no worries, Beth. Thanks for sharing. I'll be right back. I'll be right back and explore Bunpro here. Thanks. All right, I am back. We concluded our opening opinion piece for Bunpro Day 1. And this is what the Bunpro, basically everything is default. I basically signed up and they had to go through a couple tutorials, which I already did in order to sign up. Like the sign up process and then buying the lifetime subscription. I forgot about that, the monetary thing. Most of these things that I'm leaning towards are lifetime things. So we have that badge, a lifetime membership, right? And the only thing I changed in the options was synchronizing the theme with my PC, which is the dark theme. So by default, it's set to this color space. It's a really interesting looking UI that I haven't edited at all yet at the moment. It'll probably mature as we're going, so we're going to keep everything as default as possible. It did ask me things. So when you sign in, it asked you, are you, like, what level are you? And I picked from 0. You're glad to catch me on day 1 or something. Most of the stuff is available on YouTube, so all of this stuff is going to be chronicled. I don't use the every project that I cover online will only be during the streams, and then I won't be using them off stream unless otherwise noted. So for Bunpro, it's going to be on here at any time. So this, thank you by the way, Beth. So they asked me where my level of Japanese is. 0. We plugged in 0, and then they asked me if I wanted to go over kana. I actually had to skip in order to complete the setup and get access to the dashboard. So however, we can access it down here, which is the kana practice. So we click on this, these are the things, and we might do that sometime because I want to know how they do this. So we're gonna do this eventually. Maybe not today because I still have Hanzihiro after this. I just remembered that I still have Hanzihiro after this, so we have to kind of make sure we're not too overzealous today. Have to do our Hanzihiro practice within the next 5.5 hours. So we got like, we'll do two hours or something. So as you can see, their progress is segregated by the level SRS style. I do like the names. We have beginner, adept, seasoned, expert, master, even. Then self-study and ghost. I kind of like these ones, self-study and ghost. So we got master as, I'm guessing master, then it gets ghosted, right? Or burned. And then these things are neat too. I like this thing, the latest community discussions. I already do this, by the way, for Wanikani and Hanzihiro. I look at the community thread at the end of my stream each and every day to see what's going on. That's how I get an idea, talking points when I'm looking at while I'm doing this and someone comes in and it's like, oh, Wanikani this, Wanikani that. That's how I keep in touch. So it's already on there. It's only one click away anyways for Wanikani and Hanzihiro, but it's kind of neat and on glance. And we have your streak, days studied, you know, last session items. So lots of data. There's streak stuff involved, scheduling. And then obviously we have no activities because we haven't started yet. Forecast is probably the review forecast. There's a daily and hourly toggle. I was going to go over all of this in the opening opinions, but since now I'm fairly seasoned with 2 different types of SRS's design, you can kind of see the overlap, right? Reviews and then our lessons. There's a breakdown of our lessons. This is where the 3rd question came in on the setup. The 3rd question is, how rigorous? What's your volume? And it was something like relaxed, default, like fast or like high paced, and then rigorous. I clicked on rigorous just to see what the upper limit is. I do this all the time to measure or benchmark. So I look at the highest volume, and then I scale back if it's exceeding my maximum volume. If it's not exceeding my maximum volume, I sustain it to see if I want to scale back or not. So we clicked on most rigorous, and rigorous is 5 grammar points and 20 vocabulary. And so we're doing it. The next question, actually the question before this, they asked, are you going to do grammar and vocabulary or both? And it's both, because the idea is that whether I'm using Manikani or whatever other things, I'm curious about how the information is different or same, different. Comparing and contrasting is how you, in my opinion, how I immerse in the material. Just because the material, if you're someone who only focuses on results, just because the material is identical, it's not the ends that justify the means. It's the process that leads to the maybe a similar conclusion, right? So even if I knew how to say sora, right, for sky, I'm kind of curious what else they have in Tor. If it's the exact same thing, it offers as reinforcement, and I can say things like, oh, if you use Bunpro, it largely has a 70% coverage of the same vocabulary concept as Wanikani, only now they offer grammar. So that's kind of one of those things when someone says, oh, but I already studied grammar. Where can I get a resource that's just vocabulary and character, and I don't care about grammar anymore because I only want to learn it once? Wanikani would be a great example. That's kind of like the plus minus, addition, subtraction, overlapping, synergistic stuff. For me, I do all of them because there will be a way for me to reinforce and create new memories and association. So we're doing both. So this workload is not as intense because I do know a lot of vocabulary. So that means it frees up me to focus on other things, like how is the vocabulary presented and what in a way can I blend them together, because eventually I'm going to stop using Wanikani. Eventually I'm going to stop using Bunpro, like in a rigorous way, in a daily way. They're going to be like once every month or once every 3 months or something to review and maintain, right? So the idea is to extract all those different things and see how they work, and then I can do that with anything. I don't really need a tool to do that. So like if I wanted to learn, I don't know, Cantonese, and a Bunpro doesn't exist for Cantonese and a Wanikani doesn't exist for Cantonese, I can do it on myself, like do it on my own. That's what it means to acquire learning skills, not acquire skills through learning. Like if you're acquiring skills through someone else's learning method, then you didn't acquire the ability to learn it. Someone else is helping you with the ability to learn the content, right? So the content is what you actually learn. You remember the content, and if you don't use that content and apply that content, you lose it. And then you go back to square one and work again through all your processes and stuff. In fact, here's a really big deep cut. If you didn't learn anything from the original time you learn it, it will be even grindier and upsetting and unrewarding and emotionally negative the second time around. So for example, when you tell yourself you wasted your time the first time because you have to relearn everything and go through the grind again because you wasted time the first time. That is what happens when you do not learn anything about learning and comprehending when you're acquiring new information. The information you acquire is your reward. It's the, it's the consequence of your learning. How much you learn about the process is something that you can take with you for a lifetime. And one of the life skill, because it's a life skill, right? Learning is a life skill. So the more you learn about the life skill, the less and less time you're going to have to hate it or reproduce it or something in a inefficient or not like a great way every time. So the more things I learn, the better I get at learning. As opposed to the more things I learn, the more things I memorize. I don't memorize things. I'm gonna be honest. Like, my memory is pretty borked. So what do? I use technology to keep track of the information. I use and remember the information that I can adapt my skills to. So if my skills, like, it takes a lot less time to review information that is static and doesn't change like rapidly versus having to work on the skills that I need to extract that information. The skills that I need to extract that information has far more value because I have to use it far more often. Like, if you remember how to say, Sunday in Japanese, well, you can use it as much as you can. It's still going to be less than how you learn another language. Like, how you learn another language will give back far more than remembering Sunday in Japanese. Right? It's the act of how you got yourself to remember Sunday. Nichiyobi. Nichiyobi is Sunday. It's only going to be used as you can be super creative and still use it a lot, but it'll still pale in comparison to the skill of learning how you learned that it was Sunday, as opposed to what Sunday is in Japanese. So that's kind of my argument for this. I don't know how long that's going to take. I did look at the options. There's a lot of options. So we'll go over it in the next 30 days, 60 days, and then the 100 review, how the options change. Like, this is a platform. Like, there's so much things. Like, one Ikani was like 2 decisions and we're good to go, right? Passive learning, fast, approachable, everything's default. You got it. Just go, right? So the standard questions are already answered. What's the volume? We picked the highest volume. We skipped Kana, but we're probably going to go back to Kana just to see what it is, and we're going to fill it up. And dark mode. And that's all that has changed. I looked at decks and stuff. We're going to not do those things today. We're going to slowly go through the functions. So let's quickly glance them though, right? Passive learning, glance them. Look, I clicked on decks and apparently, yeah, see, so they separate it into modules, which is interesting, right? There's deck modules, kind of like, I'm guessing like Aki. This is blinding me, but that's okay. So there's different grammar decks, right? That's interesting. And then they separate the vocabulary section. They even have miscellaneous stuff, which is great because this is awesome. Now I'm in intermediate, right? Like, I'm an intermediate Japanese language learner. So all this stuff sounds like there's so many good ideas that I can work with. So for now, we're just gonna try not to like go too ham and then we have textbooks. Look at this. I wonder if you can buy these things or something like that. Look at this stuff. Like, holy, what is even this? We're gonna have to explore that later, right? And then we have our community tab, community related things that I created. Like, this is absurd. There's so much here. Like, okay, all right. Anyways, let's head back to. So there's like a deck list, and then we have your content allows us to search everything. We can even bookmark items, which is nice. And then we have our practice. I don't even know what these functions are, but like there's a little fun little Bunpro arcade that we could do every once in a while. Just how can you not be enthusiastic about this stuff? And then you have access to your account stuff. There's also a point shop. That's how they sell cosmetics, right? As a way to contribute but still get something. It's one of those things where you already have access to everything based on your subscription. However, if you want to contribute to the team, you're at least going to get something back. Honestly, for me, I usually just give money to the team I believe in, and you don't have to give anything back. This is kind of like my way of giving back, honestly, to show how much fun it is to use something. But it's neat. You can still do like, let's go look at this. Yeah, see, you can buy like different things. Obviously, in Wanikani's side, it doesn't have this ad hoc. It's more like you just customize it on your own using the API. But look at this. This stuff is kind of cute. I don't know. I'm tempted to. We'll do something later, maybe. Anyways, it's obviously not necessary. But that's our overview. Very quick overview. I wonder what layout. Oh, I see. Neat. Just quick layouts. Ah, you can turn off. Okay, so these are both bad and good, right? Streaks can be bad and good according to the appropriateness of the person. If you have like a busy life and you don't daily drive, you like do every other day or once a week, then you can like out of mind, out of sight, out of mind situation. I know that a lot of people prefer to compartmentalize things, right? Instead of seeing them in their context. So this layout would remove the streak stuff, which makes it so that you don't have to pay attention to it, it can be very healthy and cathartic. And then if you don't want to keep track of everything and you're just relaxed and you only want to know your level, then you have this, and then you can turn it all off, which is something that can give a peace of mind for people who want to like relax and go through their process and journey. So I can kind of see what their layout is, and this creates like functionality to social, right? To your social media, if you're inclined to your social media, and edit. Oh, okay. And then this is for the accent stuff, all the points that you can write. So we'll just leave it up here. Intriguing, very intriguing. I like the UI. The UI is great. All right, so let's get into our learning. I don't remember what learning queue stuff does. Oh, it tells you, okay. Oh, you can add decks. Oh, you can work on multiple decks at the same time. Like you can do like N5 and N4 at the same time probably while you're going. Intriguing. All right, so let's look at our grammar stuff. Okay, wow. All right. Okay, so da is, I guess, yeah, it's one of the forms, right? One of the forms. Let's see. We have, I don't know why this keeps spinning. Oh, okay. All right. So details, structure, noun plus da. Yeah, sure. Adjective plus da. Okay. Non-adjective plus da. Part of speech, auxiliary verb. Yeah. Okay. Word type, dependent word. Okay. And then standard, register standard. Interesting. About da. For the most part, da is the equivalent of is in English, for the most part. Right? For the most part. Its role is to strongly express determination or assertion. It is a casual, right, grammar structure, which, that's what the register means. Okay. Okay. Which means that you won't see it in polite sentences, right? It would be something like des. Technically, da is an auxiliary verb. Yes, technically it is. Copula, in fact. Auxiliary verb, a group of words that attach themselves to other words to give them meaning. Like des has the same role as da, but des is the one that will be used in polite sentences. Oh, I did remember this. There's an option to prioritize polite speech or standard speech. I imagine that it's brought up all the time when they were doing Bunpro, like prioritizing casual versus polite. At any time I've played like a video game, or like when I was doing Duolingo, there is constant, like someone has to eventually say like, oh, well, it kind of sucks that they don't teach casual before polite or polite before casual. It's an option in Bunpro. It's set to standard by default, so I kept it at standard. And it is also one of the first Japanese grammar patterns many people are exposed to. Yep. And here, actually, at the end, Let's see. Ice cream da. Ice cream da. Actually, can I hear?
アイスクリームだ
Yeah, ice cream da. Oh, and TTS. So they have TTS. It does sound like TTS. Or maybe not. Actually, yes. Yes. We'll hear more. So to... What is this? Launch action tooltip. Copy Japanese report. Okay. Anyways, ice cream da. Right? And then otera da.
お寺だ
Yep, that's TTS. Yep. And then it is dangerous. Abunai? No, that's not abunai.
危険だ
Kikenda. Right. Kikenda is fine. And then
大切だ
taisetsu da. That's an interesting TTS. You can still hear the all of these are in the proper register that I was thinking. Oh, neat. All right, caution. Although des, the polite equivalent of da, can be seen following e adjectives, right? Da itself will never use directly after an e adjective. Yep. So that's why they wrote na adjective here. It's a na adjective before da. Make sense? E adjectives just what you call it? Na adjectives require other things. Although, okay, so we got oki da, right? And then oki desu, right? Caution, while da is often thought of as the casual form of des, it really isn't. That is actually not entirely true. Des is a polite speech word. The official formal version of da is yes. Dearu. Yeah, dearu. Which, but it, like, not really, like, technically used as much. We will learn this grammar point a bit later. Dearu can often be seen in articles and formal writing, yes, while des is more common in polite speech. Yeah, so dearu is kind of funny because that also showed up in wagotabi. Wagotabi, the whole idea of the technicalities between a writing form, the writing form versus the polite form versus the casual form. Like formal literary, quote unquote, formal literary forms. And I only say it in that way because you're only going to find, like, you're likely only going to find it in that way. So we got this, right? Synonyms. Oh, interesting. So they cluster already, right? Synonyms. We have the this and dearu, right? Copula. I say copula sometimes, but copula. N3. Oh, they tell you where the decks are too. Okay. And then, oh yeah, this is also degozaimasu. That's the other one. Yeah. And then we have antonyms. Oh, janai. Janai, that's fine. Related. Wow, there's a lot of details as the first thing. These is kind of intense. Maybe the relaxed form, the default relaxed load is 1 grammar point. 1 grammar point, I think, a day. Maybe 1 is probably something to consider. If I'm gonna go through all of the things. Ultimately, you can stay with about, and then all the technicalities will be marked later, right? However, I do like seeing all the relationships already here. So related, we have like gaaru, right? Gaaru. For indicating the existence or possessions of something, for example. Okay, so we're probably gonna let these go and then see if, yeah, yo for emphasis. And datta. Yeah, datta and deshita, which is the past tense of them. So what is this? Example. Does it go through all of them?
私だ
Watashita. Oh. Wait. I don't understand. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. And then this...
本だ
Oh, this is the player indicator of this. Like, Honda. Yeah, Honda. Neko da. Right? 学生だ. And kirei. Wait. Kireida.
綺麗だ
Kireida. Right? Umida. 映画だ. Ski? Skida. Right? Ie. Mizu. Oh yeah, and they also have the furigana hover. I also turned that off. That's one option I did change. Either they're displayed or hover or neither. So I have the hover. Oh, that's nice. It comes up really. It's not like a pop-up. It just comes up. That's nice. Yeah. So this is onajida. Yeah, the same. Yes, onajida, and then taihen da. Right. Terrible. And then shumon da. Okay, and then we add self-study sentences. Interesting. Do we just type it? Oh, wow. Oh, they even have a built-in. Oh, neat. And alternative answers. Oh no, we can do so much with this. Oh no. And then how do they know if it's marked as read? Why? Oh, okay. Okay, so online declaring something is so and so using da. Oh, they have other references like take him stuff. So they have online reads of other things. Intriguing. I wonder who's yeah. And then you have offline resources too. Dang, that's a lot. You can join discussions with other Bunpro about this. All right, that's a lot. And then at the bottom right is the I don't know if this is visible. Yes, it is. Okay, the next button. So basically we read that. Let's look at, oh, okay. And then the top is the tab for the separate thing. They have alternative resources. That's fantastic. That's above and beyond. Okay, so now what I think I'm supposed to, I'm just gonna click next. Okay, so we have des. Right, des. Unlike da, des is often used with both e-adjectives and non-adjectives. Yeah. And nouns. You know, nouns, auxiliary verb, dependent word. It's polite. That's the register. Similar to da, des is an auxiliary verb that is an expression of determination or assertion. It states that something is a certain way. In quotations, right, is. Des is considered to be the polite variation of da. Keep in mind, though, that although their roles are similar, both da and des are standalone structures. So, des connects to... Oh, interesting. And then the back to the top shows up. Okay, des connects to words in exactly the same way as da, right? But is also regularly seen attached to the end of e-adjectives. Yeah. Right, so... 大学生です right?
大学生です。
大学生です。ミサです right? ミサです。綺麗です。面白いです。面白いです。
面白いです。
Yes. The site says native auto recording on all grammar examples. That's kind of like yes and no. Like they are technically, most of the stuff technically is native recording, but like it says native audio recordings, so the sample can still come from native audio. I don't know if that made any sense, but qualifications are kind of different here. I'm pretty sure there is TTS on Bunpro, but I don't know and can confirm if this is these things particular are using TTS. But TTS is very, like, for me, long story short, it's effective enough. Although des is regularly attached to the end of the e-adjective, some may actually consider this incorrect Japanese, and it should be used in form. It should not be used in formal writing. Intriguing. In daily spoken language texting, however, it is completely normal. Let's see this. The above example technically should not be used in formal. Despite this, in recent years, it is starting to become the norm. Intriguing. There's also temporal related things. Okay, we got dearu, da, and de gozaimasu. Right. And then janai. Right. Des for emphasis, or no des. Yeah. The fact is. And then we have garu, right? Datta and deshita. Datta is the casual, and then deshita is the formal and previous. Anata des. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, right. Anata, and then pen sakura. Oh, as in the person Sakura, as opposed to Sakura, the Sakura. And then tomodachi, right? Tomodachi atsui, daijoubu. Yeah, kiken, right? Kiken daisuki. Ooh. Common cold. I don't have the right one. Oh no, I do have it right. This is the kaze. Oh yeah, I remember now. Kaze, because you can kaze. The ze part is hard when you're referring to the cold, and then kaze, wind, doesn't have the right part. At least that's how I remember. Okasan. Inu. Restaurant. 金曜日。日本人. Does the site assume much prior knowledge? No, it assumes zero knowledge at first. You can choose. I already answered this during the opening opinion. You can assume whichever level you want going into the site. It is partitioned based on competence, so you can choose where to start and where not to start. How to use des 80-20 Japanese. Ooh, imabi I'm not familiar with this one. Miyageru. Interesting. Japanese ammo. I'm not familiar with this as well. No Tofuku references. There's Genki. Okay. And then there's discussion here. I just read it as half-baked, I think. Just throwing away a random quote from dictionaries. I agree on Bunpro's wording being a bit too strict. In particular, the claim that it doesn't appear in literature is just incorrect, and people use it in other writing too, in particular informal channels that can post. This must be a long time ago, or is this recent? Pretty late jumping in, but if E adjectives plus des is considered incorrect, what is considered correct? I don't. There's no timestamp. There's no timestamp on this because they clearly didn't say that anymore. If there's a timestamp, there's a chance that it was after. Yeah, because there's the word technically. Either if this person is responding to what is written, I don't understand this person's rationale, right? Because it's not strict, it's technical. So I have no idea, because they didn't say it doesn't appear in literature. They said technically it shouldn't, but now it's the social norm. So it's I think timestamps would be really helpful here. Also maybe like timestamp. Oh no, but timestamping edits would be a little burdensome. But this one is a little weird. Like, I can't tell when this happened. So there's always a chance that these things have been edited prior to it. Interesting. I can these are the type of commentary that is they're black and white commentary. It's like zeros and ones commentary. And I read this so often. How's Bunpro going to start? We only started like 10 minutes ago. Not Not too much. We spent like 4 hours talking about Bunpro first. So it's going pretty well so far. How are you? Great. How are you? Pretty late jumping in, but if okay. So what about this guy? Add this coffee. To make e-adjectives polite, people use gozaimasu. Yeah, for example. Interesting. Okay. We're not gonna read too much into it, but it is kind of fun. All right, so we're gonna hit next. Oh, you're back. You just got home from dinner. You're going okay. The party was decent last night. Ooh, you spent a lot of time petting the cats. Oh, sounds very much like you. I'm glad to hear that it was pretty decent and you got a chance to hang out with more kitty cats, you know? Wow. As for highlight sentence topic, yes. As for, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. Wa can also be used to contrast several things. Yep. Sentence topic plus wa, pronounce wa. Yeah. Particle, linking particle, register. Wa pronounces wa is often considered to be one of the most difficult particles to master in Japanese. I can see what they're talking about this. Alongside ga, right? Wa marks the topic of the sentence and describes the whole sentence broadly. Yes, the topic of the sentence. Right. This is the other frustrating thing, really, with all kinds of not just Japanese reviews that have non-sense logic balance with ones that do. Yeah, I see what you mean. What marks the topic of the sentence? Which, fair enough. Remember, topic and subjects are different things. And describe the whole sentence broadly. However, ga primarily marks single actions or statements. Yep. Which kind of colludes away, kind of also offers it as a subject. We will explore this distinction in more detail than covering ga. Or you mean just sorting out why people think things? Yes, exactly. And getting caught up with that, in my opinion, can be a little daunting, demotivating. So regulating that is important, right? For myself, I've been very used to these things. However, these things come in different forms, right? When one becomes intermediate and advanced, or like when you go through your journey and have a lot of experience, not necessarily competence, like how much you remember or how skilled you are, or like how like much Japanese you know, but more like how much experience you have allows you to be more consistent in like trying to sort out what type of people or what kind of people or why people do certain things. And that's kind of done in moderation. I think getting really super caught up sometimes can be tough, right? Especially online when you're looking at social media all the time and whatnot, can really derail someone in early stages. In the later stages, I think over time, intuition and analytical skills and whatnot can come in to help, you know, come in, extract the information or the meaning that may be interesting to you. Kind of like the immersive learning thing. Sometimes you can immersively learn from people's commentary. But until you're truly interested in that and you're able to handle it, you know, your routine and your time, it can suck up the precious time that you already have. So constantly, like when you're doing something and you're consistent enough already, and then suddenly someone comes in and is like, well, you should be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of A, B, C, and D. And then you realize you tried to go and do that and you lost your consistency with the other thing. That's usually can be, that happens. I feel like that happens far more with self-study and online because of so much information, so much opinions and whatnot. I'm reading them like it's a peanut gang gallery. Like I'm very like solid and calm with how I'm going to learn things. So whenever someone says this and that, I'm like, oh, okay, that seems like an interesting way to think about it. Let's see, covering ga. Let's see, Tanaka-san. Tanaka-san wa sensei desu. Okay.
田中さんは先生です。
Sensei desu. Oh, that's a little fast. Yeah, broadly speaking. I like the broadly speaking. I see how they're trying to get the wa across. Like, broadly speaking. 私は、です。Domu? Oh, Tomu. Tomu, sorry. I said Domu. Tomu. Interesting, cute. In many sentences, especially short ones, either wa or ga could be considered perfectly natural. Yep. This depends on whether someone is simply stating in general, hey, I'm generally Tom, or I am specifically Tom. Like I want Tom is important here, you know. Watashi ga, watashi ga Tomu desu. I don't think that's necessary, but yeah, you're trying to provide specificity. In like the topic is Tom, that like the focus would then be Tom if you use ga. I like the broadly speaking, and then specifically. In the first, so then we have watashi wa wine. No, is it wine? Yeah, wine ga chigai? No, kirai, right? Kirai, to dislike.
私はワインが嫌い。
Watashi wa wine ga kirai. Yeah. In the first sentence, wa broadly describes what the sentence is about. Curry. Oh yeah. Yeah. Kare wa kirai.
カレーは辛い。
Karai wa, oh, karai. Sorry, karai, not kirai. Karai. And then the second one was like specifically talking about disliking wine, while the topic is broadly speaking. Right. Our highlights are one specific piece of information, wine being the thing that is hated. Disliked. Caution, wa cannot be used to describe things that you are seeing or experiencing in the moment right now. Yes. This is due to in the moment events being considered part of a larger experience. Your whole day, for example. Okay. Like, ima? No. Yes. Ima? Ima wa... Oh? Ima wa testo. Slightly yeah. I already feel like, wait, I'm not sure about this one. You have a test now, slightly unnatural as the test is happening right now. I see. And then it will rain today. Oh yeah, because yeah, 今日は ame. Natural as rain is fairly broad event. Okay, I see. What has two main functions? The first marks the topic of the sentence, right? The second is used for contrast or making comparisons. Although there are no strict rules for this when wa is used toward or after the middle of a sentence. It's usually, yeah, it will usually have the nuance of contrast. So, 私は 金曜日が好き。金曜日が好き。I like focus. I like Fridays. Focuses on Friday. Yeah. Neat. 私は金曜日は好き. Oh, focuses on the comparison. Interesting. I like that. Focuses on the comparison to other days. Neat. In the second sentence, wa is given the listener the impression that there's a comparison being. Nice. I think we're gonna skip these for now until later. But oh man, there's just so much. Okay, let's read like one of the commentaries. The particle wa is pronounced like wa, however the hirakana ha is regularly pronounced like ha, so you'll need to type ha for it to come up. It is a fair point. It's a very fair point. This thread is from a long time ago, so I apologize. Can I mentally translate ha as for all the time? No. Wait, did someone answer that? I think you can translate as for all the time, but sometimes that translation sounds unnatural in English, which is the answer to this person's question. Oh, Li Xiangying, or this is a Chinese name. Maybe Li Xiangying. Interesting, but using English. I think you can translate. Okay, sometimes that translation sounds unnatural in English. As for can have a more formal tone, yes. And in higher JLPT levels, you'll find other grammar points that can also be translated as for, but carry different nuances. Yeah. So it's probably okay to do that for now, but just be aware. My answer to that is both. You can do both. You can start doing as for now, and then you can learn the similarities and contrasts later, as in additionally to the thing, as opposed to like one or the other or something like that. So that's kind of a neat. I like this. This part is fun. Sorry. Like I'm trying to gleam. It's kind of fun that this stuff exists. I kind of understand why people miss Duolingo's like forums or something. I just want to people watch. This is like people watching. And this thread is from a long time ago, so that explains not having a timestamp. So these entries will definitely be you would need the context of if they edited this entry or not. Neat. Very neat. Yep, mo also too as well, even, either, neither. When it's negative, it's the reverse, and when it's positive, it's the confirmation, right? Confirmation and negation. Mo translates will change depending on if the sentence is positive or negative. I'm like, I should really just read the rest of this as opposed to like thinking ahead for now. Noun plus mo, particle, linking particle. Okay, that's the word type. I'm actually very interested in how they're gonna describe these things in English, like the type, because I'm a fan of jargon. So linking particle. Mo can be two also, or even, or neither, either, depending on if the sentence is affirmative, right? Affirmative or negative. Multiple meanings like this are quite common for Japanese particles, as there are no need to use different words simply to agree with other statements in the sentence, unlike English. Or like Chinese. Sort of. Let's listen to this.
私は先生です。
It's pretty good. 私は先生です. These are the big words like 私も先生です. As you can see here, English requires either or neither when negative, or two or also, right? But Japanese only requires mo. You can think of it as simply meaning whatever is true for A is also true for B. Yes. Mo is part of many other compound grammar structures in which it keeps its original meaning but shifts the nuance a little bit. Some of these include demo. Oh yeah, demo, nimo, and then end with a nai. That's in like it has to end with a negative, and then tomo. Actually, I'm not sure about what tomo is. As we can see, it is frequently paired with other particles. So, 車は速い。でも危ない。Okay.
車は速い。でも危ない。
車は速い。でも危ない。Although this was a pairing of de and mo as individual structures in the past, in modern Japanese, demo is considered its own word. This is most often translated simply as but, demo. In English, despite the nuance sometimes being while also be, which is highlight more clearly the historical concept, but is still also while also as well. So like in the years, in my opinion, but has been all of those things. Like I'm sure you probably, I don't know if I'm gonna ruin someone's YouTube experience. However, but also means and, while also, because that's how people are using it. Like, for example, if you read a review of someone, like an impression or something, they're gonna say like, oh, this game is really good and it's awesome, Also, like, there's a lot of controversy over it, but, and then they would say something that is not in contrast to the first statement. They would say similar statement or furthermore statement. So, but actually became also. So despite having the word while and also, but can replace that now in colloquial speak. While writing, I wouldn't so much do that, right? It's very similar to some of the stuff that they're talking about, where in colloquial speak, but you would probably not technically find it too much in writing. So while cars are fast and they are also dangerous, sounds great. Someone could say cars are fast, but they're also dangerous. Like, it's not unnatural to fill in while also with but nowadays, because but can also mean and, then, therefore, largely because English has been simplified now. Like what I mean is English has transformed in a way that there are fewer words that mean all of the above. So it's kind of humorous to see. I wonder when this was written. If this was written like, you know, this is 8 years old, right? If this was written like 5 years ago, I wouldn't say the same thing about the word but. But now, right, like what I did now, but now it probably means closer than one might think. Some might even say maybe English is Japanifying coincidentally. Not because of its interaction with Japanese, but the idea that whatever's happening that's applying the forces to English may be very coincident with Japanese. Like bro meaning a lot of things instead of brother. Thank you so much, both. Language can be so subtle. It was implied negatively with but versus additional statements of also that threw me. Yes, exactly. Now, this must be a long time ago. This is exactly what I was talking about. Now, but is not contradictory. It can also be concordant. So when someone says, I love cars, but I also like bikes. That happens now in colloquial speak. When they're in the same direction. And it can also mean then. Like, hey guys, I just want to warn you that there's a problem coming up, but we have the solution for it. Like, it's still then. Like, or like it's supposed to transition into something else, but that one was negative. So like, oh yeah, we did really great at this game, but we have more games to come, more games ahead. That but more games ahead doesn't mean the opposite of we did really well in this game. It's then and also. So nowadays, but I don't know how long ago this was, but no longer has to be opposites, which is weird. I use however now. Instead of using the word but, I say however. The contrast, right? Something like that. It's so interesting. Anyways, all right, we got this. Okay, kore. Yeah, kore. Although uncommon, its kanji can be seen as kore. Oh my goodness. Do I have this? I don't think so. But that is what this is, huh? Interesting. Tsu. This, yeah. Tsu. Sorry, tsu. Tsure. Kore, okay. Demonstrative. Makes sense. Noun, pronoun, standard, and then the rare kanji. Okay, so they also take into account that it can be represented in kanji, but rarely. That's neat. Super neat. Kore is often to be, and this is nice because this will also relate to wanikani. Lots of sources that are kanji forward or character forward, you can still encounter these things in writing. So then being able to see it in the same place is kind of a nice association. Because whenever I see like things like, what's a good example? Kirei. When I see kirei, I'm like, whoa. Oh, it already happened twice. They used kire with a kanji as opposed to written out in kana, right? Kire desu, right? So nice, comprehensive. Kore is often thought to be equal to this in English, which is basically correct. Yes, I can see why they said basically. Yeah. Kore will always be used to highlight something that is close to the speaker, either emotionally or physically. Emotionally, I like it. I like it. And they put a comma here. Emotionally and physically can be the same thing. So, fair.
健康、これは大切だ。
Nice. これは大切だ. Yeah. It's genko. It sounded like genko for a moment.
健康、これは大切だ。
You can kinda hear the gang to ken. Yeah, kenko. Kenko. これは大切です. Yep, health is very important. See, like, I don't even translate this like health. This is important. I literally, like, this is a little bit of a bad habit for me. So, or like a undesirable habit that might get me into trouble with Bunpro, which I will have to learn to navigate, which is, I summarize things. So when someone says like, genko, kore wa taisetsu da, taisetsu da, I immediately say health is important. That's what I hear. Like, immediately I hear health is important, and that means that I lost some of the nuances of the thing. So we'll see how well that plays in. これも.
これも
Oh, これも? Oh, okay, so they do have the uptone for the stuff. Interesting.
これはお菓子です。
okashi desu. Despite being translated as a pronoun in English, it might be easier to think of kore as a substitute noun, like the literal meaning in Japanese. As this always its function. Kore substitutes for something that has its own name, but it's not required in the context of a sentence, or is simply unknown by the speaker.
これはステーキです。これはいいです。
これはいいです. Yeah, it acts like it's fair enough. Yep. I understand what they're getting at there. And then we have a bunch of ko, like what is it? Koso ado, right? Koso ado stuff. Are all related. And yeah, wait, let's read one more. I'm like really into this right now. Lol, I read steak as sticky. Oh yeah, sticky. Yep. Okay, breaking it down now that I remember how to read. これはsteak desu. This thing is steak. Abstract, demonstrative. Imagine you were in a room full of Martians teaching them about a steak. I'll read the rest. I'm interesting that this person went steaky as opposed to steaky. There's other steakies too, but and he used the kanji for his steaky. Dang. Cute. All right, so now we're doing the quiz, right? How's this quiz go? Okay, welcome to quiz. All right, I'm looking at time. Let's take a look at the core features. All right, first, in the center of the screen, you will see a fill-in blank about a specific item you just studied. All right. Okay. Bunpro automatically converts your input. Okay, so there's already a built-in IEM or IME. I keep saying IEM. IME. So desk turns into desk without a Japanese. Based on the translation hints, type whatever you think should go in the blank and hit enter. Okay, so do I do that now? Wait. Why does it have standard? Oh, is it telling me the standard? Oh, okay. You successfully submitted your first answer. You'll notice some buttons appear around the answer box. Undo lets you just that, undo the answer. Show info will display the learn page. Okay. Alternatives will show other possible answers. Oh, that's neat. That kind of reminds me of when Bree told me about the Duolingo plugin for other answers. That's it. You just submitted your first review. Hooray! Yatta! Okay. Anyway, to tackle your next review, hit enter. Okay, an arrow. All right, I got you. Can I hit enter? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, there's no sound. I immediately was, oh, there's a hint system, which is blocked by my cam, but there's a right around this corner, the very lower left-hand corner, there are 2 hint systems. So they included that too. I like this. Wow, that's amazing. Wait, what is this? Open styling menu? Oh, here. Okay. Oh, I thought it was a paintbrush or something. Dang it. I got a little overzealous. Sorry. And then, okay. All right, I got you. I as the topic of this sentence. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh no. I typed wa. Okay. Anata mo? Okay. No alternatives. It automatically tells you if there are other alternatives. That's so nice. Alternatives. Okay, これはペンです. Right. All right. And then we exit our summary. See how you did. In this area, you'll see how you did in your recent review session and which specific questions you got right or wrong. When you are ready to continue, hit the okay. Oh, it's not even microtransaction. Oh, it's not even a micro. You actually earn points to earn cosmetics. Wow. I actually thought you spend points. Like, honestly, I was gonna buy points. Interesting. So you can decorate your... Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Kudos. Okay, we're almost done with the tour. This part will focus on important parts of the... Yeah. Now they're gonna explain the learn and review, right? The review stuff. Daily goals. Holy. Do you see the notches in there? Yep. So we got that for leveling up. And then you click, we did this. Support and FAQs, and then some final words. Okay. So here is our projected grammar stuff, right? Grammar stuff is separated. And then now let's go and do our vocabulary. We have 20 vocabulary, and I have like 29 minutes. I don't know if it resets at midnight, but I kind of want to squeeze in this. So watashi wa, right? Oh no, watashi. It's like, one of the most standard ways to specifically refer to oneself in Japanese may be used by both men and women. Okay. And then I have pitch accent. Oh, this is a cute way. Netflix's top 100. That's cute. For frequency, so watashi, right? Watashi, right? As opposed to watashi, right? Watashi, and then or watashi. Neat. All right, let's just move on. Okay, book, right? Hon. So they're doing hon, right? Hon instead of hon. Hon is flat. Hon. And then hon. Book, volume, script. Oh, that's a lot of information. Prefixes. Yes, prefixes for this, present, current, in question, at issue, main head. Main head principle is the other more use for me. This, present, current is interesting. Oh, this can help a lot actually. Oh man, this is way... That's awesome. Real, genuine, regular, yep, proper. And then counter for long things, yep. Counter for... Oh, wow. I'm getting a good summary of every instance of hon. Neat. Very neat. Okay. Cat, right? Neko. As opposed to neko, right? Neko, neko, neko. Right. Cat. Shamisen. Really? Intriguing. Geisha? Interesting. Wheelbarrow, clay bed warmer. Oh, the abbreviations. Oh, that makes sense. Bottom? Wow. Okay. All right, we're getting a little domestic. we're getting a little bit too much info there. Okay. Sorry, PG-13. We're trying to keep this PG-13, folks. PG-13. Gakse, right? It's just gakse. Like, so, gak, right? Gakse, right? Gakse, instead of gakse, gakse, right? Anyways, they include pitch accent stuff. Very neat. I really like this notation. This notation's awesome. I think I might adopt this. This is probably how I'm gonna adopt this from now on. So great. All right, next one. Yeah, kire. So, oh no, kire. So kire. Lovely, beautiful, fair, clean, clear. Yep. And then, usually, yeah, this is what I'm used to when it's being used as clean, clear, pure, tidy, and neat, as opposed to pretty, lovely. I say like other words. And then completely, entirely. Interesting. I don't think I've used this before. All right. Okay. Umi. Right, umi, as opposed to umi. Umi. Sorry, umi. Instead of umi. Umi. Sea ocean. Okay. Next one. Movie. Oh, okay. Eiga. Instead of eiga. Right, eiga. Okay. I haven't corrected. So, Wanikani, I didn't include pitch accent, like formal pitch accent. I rely solely on my hearing over time. So now I get to go back and look at this. In Wanikani, I only started doing that maybe after day 150 or something like that. So movie, films, ski. Instead of ski, right? The basic form that indicates to admire or thought of. Okay, liking, fond of, non-adjective, yes, liking, romantically, right? Fad, eccentricity, fattyism. I didn't even realize fattyism is a thing, like a fad, like being with the fattyism. I think that's where that I have no idea. As one likes, yeah, as it suits one. Lecherous, lustful, salacious. Dang, there's some English words in Netflix 200. I like the Netflix integration, like measuring frequency based on harvesting, data mining Netflix material. Which they're using as a barometer, right? They're using as a barometer for maybe like a common media source. That's really sweet. More information. And then we have iet. Oh no. Yeah, iet. Instead of iet. Iet versus iet, right? Okay. Else. Okay, cool. Wait, they yeah. Oh, they go over the separate things. And then we have uda, right? Uda, one's house, one's home. Yeah. A way to refer to one's house, one's in group, or something even oneself. Yeah. So the difference between the standard house, like standard house place, like residing, and then your very specific one's own house and whatnot. So you got the ura. We have mizu, right? Mizu, as opposed to mizu. Mizu, water, fluid. All right, we got that. Okay, cool. Onaji, onaji, which is same. Oh, that's so. Oh my gosh. Oh, anyways, in any case, if one must, if one has to. Intriguing. Oh, it's in the form of nada. Okay, I see. Taihen. Taihen can be both negative and positive, depending on context. Yeah, immense, enormous, great, serious, grave, dreadful, terrible, difficult, hard, challenging. Right. And then as an adverb, yes, very, greatly, terrible, awful. That depending on good or bad. Then we have Shtumon. Shtumon makes sense. Okay. And anata. Right. Instead of anata. This is one of the, it's crazy how uncommon like I always thought this would be the most common one, where the nakadaka, where you're just going, like, I even thought watashi was it, but it's watashi, right? Anata, dear, honey, okay. And yeah, friend, companion, yeah, tomodachi. Atsui, yeah, atsui, instead of atsui versus atsui, or atsui. Hot, warm, passionate, burning, on everyone's mind. I don't know what the third one is. Huh. Gaze, de jour, interested. Oh, that hot. Oh, that type of hot. Like pleasing hot. Like that person is hot. I see. De jour. Okay. That's hot, that it's not necessarily fire, but that person's hot. Daijoubu. Yeah. Daijoubu. Right. Daijoubu. They really do include every definition. Yeah. I mean, Neko, they were talking about the bottom position. Like, hello? PG-13. Yeah, daijo, right, so you trail off, so daijobu, right? I always like this part. This part is interesting. It reminds me of downtone. Like, so you're saying jo, right? Like, I. So I. She, right? So it kind of reminds me of an extended fourth tone. So that's how I got to doing my weird brain treats this as the characteristic fourth tone, because the fourth tone kind of trails down to the other one. So whenever there's like a nakadaka, when there's a nakadaka, I usually think of it as trailing off. So daijoubu, right? Daijoubu, as opposed to daijoubu, right? Daijoubu, daijoubu. Safe, secure, sound, problem-free. Yeah, certainly, surely, as an adverb. As an interjection, no thanks, I'm okay, yes. And then, a great man? Fine figure of... Oh, like, that person... It's archaic, but I can kind of see it. Like, mighty fine. Like, that man is fine. It's kind of like the opposite of... It's kind of like the complementary of the last word. When we were talking about a hot atsui. Like that man, daijoubu. But it does label as archaic now. So that's... Oh, which by the way, it does make sense because this means sturdy. Like a sturdy husband, so to speak. Like this is a combination of sturdy, like hefty, well-structured, and then husband. So, great man, a fine figure of a man, a sturdy husband, right? That's kind of cute. I like it. That would be a wonderful way of remembering daijoubu. So you're just learning so much right now. Danger, right? Kiken, danger, peril, hazard, and risk. Oh, they include a little tiny antonym of a character that I don't have yet. I want to click it. What happens when you click it? Whoa. Okay. That might be a little too much information when I click on it. So then you click on this, right? Interesting. Oh, Anzen. Okay, I do have it. Anzen. I couldn't read it. It was too small, so it was, I wanted to click on it. So that's okay. I can kind of see it now. My screen, the one stroke is missing, so it looks like this. That's why I'm confused. I can barely see this line here. Oh, so Anzen makes sense. Safety. All right. All right, let's do our quizzies. Okay. Mine? Oh, the sentence moved and I was like, what? Yeah, watashi no. Wait, since when did I skip over possession? Oh no, this is just vocabulary practice. It's not like grammar practice because this is a possession. You know, watashi no namae wa Rihanna. Oh yeah, Rihanna desu. あなたの好きな本は何ですか? Okay. Oh, 何ですか? Sorry, that's not a question. Or like not like in a... Oh, that's not ga. Sorry. 何ですか? Nan desu ka works. Yeah. We're just looking for hon here. 私は猫が好きです。大好きです。Okay. Meet. 妹は学生です。Okay. What? Oh, it converts it. It converts it while it's being typed. I'm like, what happened to the gaku part? It wasn't like converting it as it's going. Yeah, okay. この川の水はきれいだ。きれい。See, that one would be... So that is technically... It should have been in kana. At least in my opinion. Or like, it could be in kana. Sorry. It could be in kana. It could be in... kanji. But when I read it as like a clean river. Like, the river is very clean. As opposed to, it's a pretty river. So, that's like a whole different weirdness going on. I don't we'll cover across that. 足して ね? No. I like to swim in the river. I'm in the ocean. So 海 umide, so by the river or within the river or by the means of, or the ocean, sorry, not river, ocean, by the means of the ocean. So umide, it's interesting that the vocabulary, they're gonna go straight into vocabulary. And Mika, this is this would answer your question. So the vocabulary assumes that you know enough of the vocabulary, the context of the vocabulary, to get the vocabulary word. So the sentences that they give you is assumed that you know enough relational reading material, because it didn't introduce the grammar points for the structure yet, but they're trying to use specific key things to try to get you to remember the vocabulary. So this would be an example, because you don't know, technically the person doesn't know de yet, how that works. And then oyogu, like oyogu, right? Oyogu, or even koto, how oyogu koto ga, like how that works. And then you have skida. So at most on your first grammar day, you might remember skida, but you might not know what swim is, right? To swim. And then koto, and koto is two, like it's the kind of like infinity, like a verb infinite, what is that form, infinity form or something, to swim and then in the ocean. So it's actually presuming, it actually assumes some prior knowledge when doing vocab. There's a hint system though, so that's kind of neat. This is the first time I've seen a hint system in these type of things, and I think hint systems are interesting. They can be very emergent if implemented in a very diverse way, like a nuanced way. So it's nice to see that Bunpro. I haven't used a hint. I'm gonna be curious later on. Eventually I'll be using hints, so we'll see how that works out. I got 10 minutes. So movies. Oh, and obviously you can still translate. Oh, which by the way, in the options you can turn off this as a verb connector. That does answer it though. Yes. Yeah. So this one you can also hide this. I kept it on default. I saw an option where, like, for example, furigana is on by default. You can hover is on by default, as well as you can turn them both off, so you're not tempted to do that, sure. And then you can also hide sentences. So in the options, you can remove this stuff. But obviously the translations will allow you to circumvent the presumption that you understand the grammar, right? And what this does is you can then start sentence diagramming, right? Right. And then making, right? Business. And then you're looking for movies, right here. So using this, you can start to diagram and link up all the things. And then this would be a grammar point. You would have to know the grammar point for this. Right? Stay. Okay. But it doesn't prevent you from getting the answer, because there's already a translation for it. But you can do more if you want. Right? Which is nice, but it also makes people complacent. So the more information that's on here, the less and less you'll be willing to do. And that's kind of, it's a mixed bag. In the beginning, this is fine, and then later on the road, you have to like remove a lot of these things in order to encourage yourself to do it if you're a literal person. Or you could be like me and just sit here and rant about every single prompt as long as possible. Kare wa, oh no, kare, sorry, kare. 彼は犬が好きです。Okay. Seeing today your grammar is pretty weak. Oh, that's fine. You weren't really prioritizing it that much, right? Not yet. 友達のね、友達の家はとても大きいです。Okay. Yeah, or ah ah. Sorry, one of my keys aren't working as well as I like. Watashi no, and then this is ura because it's our. Ura. It's whoop. Hold up. Oh, everyone in my house. Wait. I thought it was. Sorry, uchi. Sorry, uchi. I said ura earlier. Uchi. Sorry. You have to write essays in full Japanese soon about articles. Oh. Yeah, that could be rough. Mizu. I'm running out of time, so we're just gonna walk on over. I'm 6 minutes from midnight, so I don't know how Bunpro resets, so we'll see if it's normalized to the local time of the user. It did ask for your local time, so the stuff is depicted in my local time, so EST, right? Onaji. Okay. The benkyo wa. Wait. Oh no. There are separate words for this. They probably want taihen, no? Yeah, taihen da. I thought of something else. Oh wait, was there an alternative? I should really look if there's an alternative. Shtumon, right? Are they looking for? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can totally end up skipping the entire sentence. This goes by JLPT level, right? Yes, this does. The grammar sources are separated into JLPT things. I'll show you in a bit. Here, I can show you here once we do this. Oops. Wait. Is there a more serious word we can use here? I guess we're using the hint. Well, what is the hint? Okay. 結果をする。それ。Be scared of? Safety. Oh no, この。I have no idea what they're looking for. Oh. Let's go with another one. Am I having just like a misspelling error? What's another way to say dangerous? Or is it more like it's quite fun looking at day one stuff again a couple years later. Yeah, I know, right? What? Oh, I know what they want. Hold up. It's maybe they want Kiken? Oh, they want a Kiken. Synonyms. Interesting. So instead of Abunai Kiken. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'm not sure. Did they introduce Abunai before Kiken? Or Kiken before Abunai? You reached your daily goal. Hooray for today. Alright. Oh, you can click for celebrate. Nice. Alright. So in the next 2 hours. Alright. So okay, so lessons are every midnight. Local time. So now we have the next 5 grammar things already. So we have the next 5 grammar things and the next 20 vocabulary. Oh no. I feel like we might need to lower if it's every day. Every day might be a little too rough. The vocabulary maybe not so much, I suppose, but oh, here you go. They probably want the exact same word as they taught at the start. Yeah, that's probably. They don't accept there might be something about Abunai that can. So this is what they do. Mika, as I flashbang myself. They have separate decks, so you can actually do the separate decks and add them. So it's kind of like Anki situation where they categorize them. And then they build them modularly. I remember reading in the forums where they would update very specific things in each of the decks. So, and then the vocabulary is this too. Right? How many vocabulary? 1100, 2000, 4000, or 2000, 2000, 3000. Yeah, and then there's miscellaneous decks as well that they constructed. Interesting. There's the Core 2K and the Core 4K. Right? Now, hear me out. There is a difference here. Now, if you're wondering, so what's the point of Wanikani, then all that stuff, you are responsible for coming up with your own mnemonics. So like, for example, that just explained, they probably want the exact same word as they taught at the start. I didn't remember which word they ended up choosing. So this is where it gets closer to the Anki experience, in my opinion, where like, okay, but I wasn't working on remembering the material in a way that I was encoding. There wasn't anything that was linking or creating an emotional attachment or relational. It was specifically just looking at information. And that if that information wasn't familiar to me, then I would have a hard time remembering it in the first place. Like, for example, the 25 that was taught, they basically just explained all the vanilla stuff, right? Like, oh, this word means this, these are the meanings, and I was like, okay. And then you forget them. They are only memorable at the moment is because I already know those words. And then I have stories related to those things. When I was going through the vocabulary, and I was rushing, quote unquote, technically rushing a bit through the vocabulary because I wasn't finding, I was trying to finish before midnight to see if it resets, resets at midnight, which I'm going to do tomorrow. Right, this is tomorrow's work. So we've already completed our daily thing right before the day was over. And then we're resuming this tomorrow. So the question is, do I want to write something for the vocabulary words? That's an interesting thought. Huh. I'm very curious what I'm going to do with the vocabulary. Dang, look at these numbers. Oh, and by the way, vocabulary and grammar is separated, so that's kind of nice. So you don't really have to do vocabulary. If you so choose, right? I already see weakness. Not darkroom friendly also seems like a fair way of sorting things. How long do you think it'll take me to encounter new words on Bunpro? And do you want to make notes for words you knew? I will probably make words for... well, I'll only make notes on words that I left out. So one would be... today would have been Kiken. Because Kiken and Abunai are two different things, and I wasn't looking at the sentences. It was probably Kiken because of the structure of the sentence. Abunai would not fit in that structure because maybe there was a death or something. I don't know. Like, I didn't look at it carefully. I have to look at it at the context of the sentence. Now, why they chose Kiken. But the only way I knew it was Kiken is because I read it differently. So, like, I read the character differently. Is how I eventually get to Kiken. They both start with the same kanji, just different reads of Ki versus Abu. It's interesting. Very different way of looking at things. We'll see. It's only day one, so I'm probably going to do way more than what we did today. It's more exciting right now to read all the different information that's coming in. The volume is going to stay the same if you keep doing the same, right? So this is just going to be a block with the same amount across. I might have to lower down. I don't know how you lower down. Oh, here's the goal. Oh, here you go. Oh. Yeah. And you can open new decks. Yeah, here it is. So the daily goal... Oh my gosh. The daily goal can... Oh, it just keeps going. Okay. We'll keep it at 5 for now. Oh, man. That's crazy. Okay. Wait, what did it say? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's 520 for rigorous, which is the... And then what is this? Learn order. Oh. You can adjust alphabetically. I wonder how that works. By frequency. Oh, so you can change it by frequency or alphabetical. Okay. Review. You can do fill in or manual. I think I'm a manual fan at the moment. Oh, we've been doing manual? Okay. And you can fill in, so you can like drag. Imagine 40 grammar structures per day. Yikes. I feel like 5 is already kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, no kidding, actually. The reason why it was comfortable right now is because we're gonna do 5 a day for N5 concepts. When we hit N4, it's gonna be like 2 a day. And when we hit N3, it's gonna be 1 a day. Like, I'm not, like, again, it's not about efficiency. It's really about really focusing on specific things. Even 1 a day, yeah, this is assuming, right, where we have to assume that you're learning the things. So right now, 5 a day for N5 is okay because I'm already up, like, we're already familiar with that. But even then, I might actually turn it back down. 5 is kind of, yeah, 5 is, I don't even know how many, wait, we do know how many. Where is it? This is the total number of grammar and, oh wait, can I change this? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, 127. Like right now, I can't think of that many separate things in N5. I can think of certain things that might count as like 20 different things. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, and I did notice that N4 had fewer, or no, sorry, 127. Sorry, 127. I did notice that N4 kind of climbs, but they didn't like separate it in separate, like evenly distribute the grammar things, like the curriculum, like the N5, N4 stuff. Interesting. And this is lower because I believe the N1 stuff is incomplete. They're still working on the N1 stuff. Something is incomplete about this. I'm not sure if it's complete yet. There was comments about Bunpro's comprehensiveness. So we got vocabulary, 1100 vocabulary in N5. Huh. And you asked, wait, for the pitch accent notation used, you commented on it. Have you not seen it like that often? No, I use this. I use these notations. I have seen it in someone's shorts. I have seen it in someone's shorts in like a subtitle thing. But I think these are a bit more representative. And then the actual pitch accent would be something like this. Like these are the ones that I visualize in my head. So I like that I like the idea of flanking, like flanking this. I like the idea of flanking a word, but that also implies that you would write the words. And I'm not talking about whether they're represented, but more like doing it yourself. That's surprising to you? Haven't seen the version with diagonals before? You haven't seen Jisho? Wait, doesn't Jisho use one of these? Hold up. Hang on, I gotta get on Jisho for a moment. Oh, Jisho doesn't have the stuff. Huh. I really thought Jisho would have included the diagonal things. Interesting. Yeah, the thing is, you use Shirabe Jisho mostly, which is slightly different use lines. Yeah, but I was not referring to what you were using. I was referring to the Jisho that you were extracting Anki definitions from, which is why. Wait. Or I was talking about gshow.org, which I saw you use before. So that's what I was referring to. I wouldn't know whether you do it or not, but I thought that you might come across it in that, but actually gshow.org doesn't have those either. That's interesting. Yeah, we're talking about writing. So since you don't write, that's not what I was referring to. When I said I'm going to use that, I meant that I'm going to use that when I'm writing in the future to remind myself of the pitch accent. Yeah, I thought they did too. I really thought... So this is what I mean by I'm going to do this in the future. Where did my... Okay, it's gone. Anyways. I was talking about the next time when I start writing things like this, like I don't know. I can't think of something to write. Oh no, is that the other? Oh no. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I was thinking of text stuff. Like right. And then I would write something like this to like get better at practicing what I think it sounds like, and then I can double check, right? Kotoshi, right? I'm thinking it's kotoshi, like not kotoshi, right? So kotoshi is what I think it is. So now I can like do this as a form of practice when I'm writing characters, but they also have to be like really separated so as to not make it look like it's part of the character. So I can start writing it that way to reinforce pitch accent. It captures sound. That's what I like about pinging, because pinging captures sound. It captures like the tonality of the stuff, in which currently writing the kanji and seeing the kanji doesn't capture that sound. So constantly seeing like saikin, right? If you're seeing saikin and like, what does it sound like? Like, well, it sounds like a lot of things if you don't know what the pitch accent is, right? And so sometimes it could be saikin, right? Saikin versus saikin, saikin. So there's saikin, saikin, saikin. Yeah. All three of them when you write. Of course, in Japanese, there's only one way. Like, if you wrote it, a Japanese person will look at it and say, "Oh, it can only be pronounced one way." It's like, yeah, true. When you don't have to practice it because you know it for sure and you're not learning something. What I typically want to do is I want to practice it so then I don't have to do that, but I still want to practice it as a way to keep myself honest. And that's probably one of the biggest differences, where when someone thinks they know something, they stop practicing it. Right? I usually do the opposite when I'm learning something. If I'm trying to learn something and see how consistent I am, I would practice it. Despite taking some time, I would still practice it. So I don't forget things. And that's kind of neat. All right. It was nice. Today was good. I still have to do Hanzo Hero. So, really awesome. And we're still going to stick to our guns about vocabulary, I think. Yeah, vocabulary. So instead of burning out, like you doing my burnout days, not burning out as in Wanikani days. So now Wanikani days, I don't know how I'm going to do burnout days on Wanikani. Maybe I won't. And I will simply rely on the idea that Bunpro will give me another opportunity to embellish what I've gathered from Wanikani. Also, by the way, Bunpro can synchronize with Wanikani, so the vocabulary, you could, whatever you learned in Wanikani, you could import all of your vocabulary from Wanikani and then remove them from, like, synchronize your Wanikani vocabulary to Bunpro, right? Because they take API information. I don't know if it goes the other way around. That's an interesting question too. Oh, what is this leaf badge? I earned 10 XP. Oh wait, hold up. There's one little thing. BP. What is 25? Okay. So you get 25 per lesson. 15,000. What are these things? Pins? You can collect pins, frames. Interesting. You earn BP by learning new man. Oh, this is cute. You can look at your... Ooh. Oh, man. I kind of want to create things for this. Oh, look at these different accent colors. Oh, wait. Hold up. I gotta view all the accent colors. Oh, you can get free ones, too. Oh, you can just get this for free. Hold up. I want the blue accent. Can I just unlock it? Nice. Hold up. We're equipping this. I mean, it's free, right? Oh, nice. Oh, dude. It's so cute. Oh, no. Oh, that's such an encouragement. I kind of want to farm points now. Shh. We're not gonna gamer this. Hold on, we gotta go back to accent colors. Oh, this green accent is screaming my name. Oh, verdant. Oh, verdant is good. Oh, this is my color palette right here. Yeah, this is my standard color palette. And if I'm going panda, like red panda, it's either this or these two. But this is my standard color palette right here. This one is nice to do a monochrome green. Purple is very soothing. This is like sleeping, like chilling things. Seafoam is great. That's the second one. So you have forest, seafoam. I like the sea related things like seaweed. It's like some seaweed in it too and whatnot. Like these three are my like standard palettes. All right. Wait. What else we got? What are these frames? So I'm guessing these are your profile frames. Yeah. What the heck? A retro control. Okay. Oh, these kois. Oh no, these fans and the koi. Oh, the pink koi though. This is so beautiful. Ooh, a blue crane. Okay, real talk though. This koi is, or the pastel stuff is nice. Oh man, that pastel fans though. Wait, what else we got? I don't know what pins are, but oh well now. I know centipedes are kind of scary looking, but that is probably one of the cutest centipedes. Okay. Interesting. I wonder where pins go. Oh, we got some flags, some flowers, a kiwi. Some nigiri. You sort of want to test the site now, but you don't have time to do Anki and Bunpro. Yeah, no. Yeah, definitely, you know, be careful and all that. I guess pins might be... Okay, so what is the profile stuff? Frames, pins. Oh, here's the profile thing. Oh, that's lovely. Titles. Nihongo streaker. Wait. Let's see some of these titles. Hold up. Idol trainee, Nihongo speaker, caffeinated, review master, UFO catcher addict, daily dojo member. That's kind of cute. Casual, keigo, Keigo abuser. Sub-story completionist? Oh, that is screaming my name. That's I don't know if that's a Like a Dragon reference. That's gotta be a Like a Dragon reference. Sub-story, and then Warrior of Light is a Final Fantasy. That's gotta be a either Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest. This is probably Final Fantasy reference. Jet Setter, Jet Set Radio, probably. Trial and Error, Foodie, Backpack, ooh. Spacing. Dog Lover, Cat Lover, Monster Hunter. Yeah, so these gotta be video game references. Sub-story completionist is Like a Dragon. That's screaming my name right there. Sub-story completionist. Osaka Loop Rider, yup. Yamato, yeah. Yamanote Rider. Yup. Millennial Zoomer. Boomer. You'll probably stream it too late for you most days too, unfortunately. Look forward to catching it every now and then. Yeah. Eggnoggin? Dang. Mary Crimbus. Alright. So yeah, they do. Ooh. It's cheap, but it's also fun. Man, Giga Chad. Alright. I'm having way too much fun here. Wait, hold on. Let's look at some. Oh, these are nice. Wow. Oh, I dig this. I wonder if I can do art for this. Oh, we know what that is. There's no way that's not a Demon Slayer reference. At least in my opinion. I know it's a classical pattern, but including it is, it's a little suspicious. But some of the I love. Ooh, I'm a fan of like. This stuff is great. I do enjoy this stuff. Intriguing. Even previews. Very neat. This one's really cute. Definitely a great way to integrate some incentives. We got progress bar things. Like for real, I actually thought you pay for this stuff. No, they don't have a red panda pin. No red panda. They no lesser panda. Wait, actually let me double check. I didn't look very closely. No lesser panda. Just a regular panda. I'm pretty sure these are yeah. Just regular panda. But at the axolotl though, there's also trash panda. You know, we have trash panda too. And then trash panda's cousin, the possum. Cousin panda. Kidding. And then we have the white panda. We also have white panda. The polar bear, right? Oh, they even made derpy versions of all of them. I think this moth is really cute. All right. Aww, look at the mantis. Sorry, I'm not sure if people are into bugs, but Aw, that ladybug's cute too. Oh, red dragon. Wait a minute. Oh no, they're just Mahjong tiles. Oh no, wait, yeah, these are references. East Wind, Nine of Bamboo, Red Dragon, Three of Circles. Yeah, that's not arbitrary. These are not arbitrary. The leaf bug, yeah, look at this cutie. Oh, oh, that's what the pin is. The pin goes to the top right of your profile pic. Oh, I see. Can you equip more than one pin? No, look at that beetle. All right. Wait, I'm slacking. We gotta go to. Hang on. One second. I know. I said we gotta move on, but Okay, I think we're good. Okay, well, we'll explore. I really thought you would pay for this stuff. Like, I don't mind it, honestly. Like, oh, the blue is nice. I do like the free blue. So we took on the free blue. Dang, even the... Intriguing. Okay. So, that was an awesome first day. Right. I have a lot of thoughts. We'll see how much time things take. So for now, the plan is, will you color adjust the stream border thing to match? No. Usually I probably change this to whatever their iconic color is. So their iconic color is red. That's their default color for them to complement this. That would be fashion over function in this situation. Actually, let me see. Does it? It's red text. Let me see. Oh no, it stays white actually. Oh no, yeah, it's the red text. That's where I got the red text thing. But maybe. I mean, I could just take this and readjust. I think we'll leave it that way. And technically the stream border thing is an official wallpaper. That is a good question about the black thing. But anyways. Intriguing. All right. Good first day. We're gonna have to play it by ear. How much time we have. Because the review, we still have reviews, right? There are gonna be reviews in 3 hours from now. Yeah, so the first set of reviews is 3 hours from now. Yeah, so that's gonna be double. That's gonna be double. This is basically doubling onto Hanzuhiro on top of Wanikani. We'll keep it up for like a month. There is a very good chance I'm just gonna turn it down. Because that means I'm doing Hanzuhiro's pace eventually. So Hanzuhiro's like staggered pace. Basically like this thing is gonna end up stacking up. Right, so tomorrow I'm gonna do this, but we're gonna have another stack. So then it will end up being 50 review the following day. And then 75, 100, and then it'll be like normalized around 75 or 100, something like that, because then the length of the first couple would be longer than a day's. So we'll have to see how it lines up. I'll probably have to reduce the volume. Definitely. Because of the vocabulary side. Or we can do like prioritize grammar. That there are so many ways to go about this. Yeah, and this is one line because if I don't do this, that's all the reviews that are gonna come up. It's all of it. All right, that's a wrap for Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along. Bunpro has a time limit. When I logged in, the free trial is a month and a half. So it is 1 month and 15 days because I looked at the setting and I was trying to sign up for a lifetime, right? And it said that the trial lasted till February 15th. So it's a month and a half for the trial for Bunpro. In case people are wondering, which Mika has informed me recently, right? Wanikani has changed that, and then Hanzahiro, both Wanikani and Hanzahiro uses a specific amount, and instead of a time limit, right? So that's something to keep in track of. You're always free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, and give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome. Again, I met 2 other people briefly when I was doing the opening opinion section. And Mika, when you say I will probably be streaming it too late for you most days too, that's untrue. Like, because today I actually spent 4 hours doing something else. Then, like, I spent 4 hours this would be 4 hours earlier. Like, on a standard day, it would be 4 to 5 hours earlier than today. But some days, when Wanikani has lesson days, that is probably going to be later than your days. No, they aren't. You actually miss most of the Wanikani sessions on most days because you didn't even see them. The days that you did see them are the long days. And those days happen every 2 days out of 11 days. They are not long because you missed most of them. You are actually there when I'm during my Hanzahiro sessions, because I've already been keeping track of that. Wanikani takes less than 30 minutes outside of the lesson days. The lesson days take 3 hours to 4 hours. So, no, it's not usually. It's actually like the days that you talk when you like stop by and say something. You say, yeah, because of your horrible sleep schedule this month. Next month is back to high school schedule and you gotta sleep more somehow. We'll see. But what you're saying is not true right now. So we gotta be really clear about this. Usually it's not true. I would like it to be true, so I'll hold you to it. If you want to prove to me that I'm wrong about what you usually do, you can prove to me that you go to sleep in a regular time. That's a bet for you. So if you're gonna say I usually stream too late for you most days, you can prove it by going to sleep in an appropriate time and, you know, exercise good sleep hygiene. But ultimately, I didn't think it changed even when you were at school. You still had the sleep schedule issue. So hopefully that does change. Like, I'm more than happy to agree with you when it is true. Because if it's true, then that means you're going to go back to a normal sleep schedule, which is good. You don't want to be accountable for your sleep schedule because the timing would be that my normal schedule is 8 p.m. your time. Like, I typically start 8 to 10. So it's 8 p.m. and latest at 10 p.m. And Wanikani ends by 11. On every day outside the lesson days. So that's actually what is actually happening. 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. That's not true. Recently, I've been doing that because of some stuff. So I could do the same thing. Right. No, time zone? That's not true. Because you're assuming I start at 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. I start at 3 p.m. Yeah, most of the time I start at 3 and 4 p.m. Like EST. Unless you're telling me you don't live in the UK, then that's kind of awkward. Yeah, that's really awkward if you don't live in the UK. Yeah, I have only recently started at 5 or 6 because we are chatting before then. Normally, it would be between 3 and 5 p.m. is when I start. So if you're going back to school and you're doing school things, then it would be back to normal for me too. You do there just go based off the last month or two? Yeah, but if you're going off base last month or two, it's based on the times you're not going to have. That's not, so you picked the month that you're changing as a way to say usually. That's not true, right? I thought the whole point was that that's going to change. So if we're talking about what's going to change and you're being held accountable to it and you're making the argument that it's not usually like that, then it's not the last 2 months. If you're so lost, that's perfectly fine. Just go and do, and I can already tell you that if you have a good sleep schedule, you'll probably still see me do this. So, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty confident. It's, yeah. So we'll find out, right? We'll find out. Anyways, again, feel free to come on by and yap. Well, me and Mika yap quite a bit. So, this happens in Discord or what have you. You're always welcome to exchange, right? Discuss things. Whatever happens, most of the time I reserve time. There's always a six hour time period for me to use for yapping. Otherwise, schedules are typically 3 p.m. EST. We start 3 p.m. EST or 4 p.m. EST. Usually 4 p.m. EST is kind of where it's sitting now. And we're gonna try to see how long Wanikani is gonna be with Bunpro. And the goal is to be good enough. The volume has to be good enough that I can still do the things that are coming. It's January now. January, we're gonna try to fill it out, I guess. Fill out the Bunpro volume. In February, we're playing Like a Dragon. So, Like a Dragon, February 14th? 15th? So that means we have to do all our Bunpro stuff, along with our Wanikani stuff, while making time for February 11th. So, we're still going to be keeping up with the occasional Neverwinter stream. Still, there's still Persona 5. And then the rest of the year you're learning French. We don't know. Like, I haven't planned it yet, Brie. We haven't planned it yet. Wanikani is ending, like, quote unquote. Wanikani is gonna enter is like honeymoon periods before June, like around June. So is Hanzahiro after June. So we have to we're gonna need to fill in that workload. Bunpro right now is being filled in because Wanikani is being liberated. So Wanikani has a shorter, I'm reducing the amount of time I'm spending on Wanikani to make room for Bunpro. And then Bunpro and Wanikani together is going to match Hanzahiro. So it's going to be like 2 hours on average. Still 2 hours. And then the last slot is still going to be dedicated to other things like video games and whatnot, because they're going to be the things that happen not every day. It's going to happen for a short period. But time comes June, we've already reached intermediate for Japanese and Chinese. So the rest is going to be like finding fun ways or shorter projects to use Chinese and Japanese while we go back to the structured format for probably Spanish and French together. And we're gonna see how that works out. Because I already tried Spanish and oof. It was tough. It was tough. But my schedule was not as I was pushing really fast, right? Because I was doing Wanikani. 7 days in, I started Hanzahiro. And then after Wanikani reached the month, I started up Duolingo Spanish for February. And that was a lot. It was a lot too soon. So now I know like how much I can juggle at one time for consistent ones. So the daily ones need to be monitored in some way. I think doing two-ish things partitioned on a daily basis is probably my max. And then I need a third thing that is more different. Like it varies. The third thing will help me out with kind of breaking the mold, right? Doing the same thing, like even if you're trying to do different things with a daily thing, it can be very exhausting. So we'll see. It looks like it's going to be June or July is when something is going to change up. Like all the things are going to change up very quickly. So as we get closer and closer to June 2026, that's when we start hammering out other things, right? Anyways, I really like Bunpro. Like Bunpro is nice. Like it's pleasant. Look at this. Now all of this looks great and it is very comprehensive. Like as a final summary for day one, it's very comprehensive. It's sleek. There's a lot of information, like lots of information. Maybe a little arguably a little bit overwhelming for me. Like, you know what? I think I'm gonna change this now in reflection. No. We'll too quick. We'll do it for a month. We'll do it for a month and see what happens. It's definitely gonna breach. Like, I can see it. I'm gonna be pushing for time very rapidly. So before February, there's gonna be a schedule change. Like, there's gonna be a load change for sure to accommodate the February stuff. I do not want to back up Wanikani and Hanzahiro for the 2026 projects if I can't complete something. We need to like roll over things. So, and then we can make room for like random French things and Spanish things. French and Spanish is definitely going to be very accessible because French and Spanish is available local. At least with French, maybe you can help so you're not as overwhelmed and you're down to even. So I'm not as overwhelmed. So something if you have questions, yeah, that's fair. That still takes up time. The overwhelming thing is more like time. Time is the strappy part. So conversations still take time. Like doing digressions and conversing with things is still the crutch of the learning approach. This was the main topic for the opening opinions of Bunpro. The difference between like immersive learning and passive learning. It ends up being time. Time is the like, oh man, if we're gonna do this and this and this, we gotta put in our time. There's no substitute for like if we're gonna discuss French, we're gonna have to discuss French. Like if you and I start DMing about French, it's gonna be meaningful. It's gotta be meaningful and time consuming. Because otherwise, in my opinion, it wouldn't be very important. So it ends up being like a time crunch in the long run. The nice thing about DMing and questions is that I won't have to stream it. Like, what I mean is I don't have to like do it in this way, shape, or form. It would be, we'll write it off as it's a immersion, right? That's the form of immersion. Right now, juggling projects is 2026's thing. It's New Year's, right? New Year's Day. Actually, it's no longer New Year's. It's the 2nd of January. That's right. And we gotta iron out our schedule for the projects. It would have been nice, I suppose. It would have been nice if it took 1 year for Wanikani and 1 year for Hanzuhiro, but not. Have you heard of the game Infinite Crate? No. Infinite Crate. Craft? Oh no, sorry, Infinite Craft. No, I have not. Oh, that's interesting. Various AI generated elements to form new ones. It was released on 2024. Is that what you're doing right now? Infinite Craft? Oh, it's very interesting. The heck? Just the images I'm seeing are really funny. Huh. I have not. You've been playing it recently, creating random French words as a little bit of bonus French time? Oh, that sounds fun. Does it work with the other languages? It's like, it's just a user-based input, right? Because it says it's AI generated, so it probably used nearest neighbor models to accommodate any form of input, right? That's really neat. I'll have to check it out this evening. Infinite Craft. Alright, folks. So until tomorrow or later today, local time. Yeah, feel free to follow along. Yep. Exchange ideas, right? Try to be mutually interested in each other's lives, right? And the lives of others and in your own lives, right? Encourage each other, motivate each other. Discussion breeds emergent properties. Hopefully this was fun. I mean, I'm excited. It's only day 1 and I'm like over the moon right now. All right, folks. So until next time for Bunpro, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I have to go and complete my Hanzuhiro session. I'll be back. Thank you.